And what it's going to do, Anna, is it's going to open up a YouTube video in that browser that you just set that up in. So you'll just have to exit out of that YouTube video because it will start to play the double audio.
Okay, so I see yes.
So if it's just the YouTube in the browser, you can just close down that browser.
I just closed it.
Perfect.
Hopefully that's good.
Yep. And then the only other thing would be to start recording, and then you'd be good to go.
Okay, perfect. And thanks for giving me your phone numbers.
Yep. Yeah. So if you run into any issues with the streaming, or if anything crashes, just feel free to shoot us a text or give us a call, and we'll hop on and help you out.
Okay, awesome. Thanks,
Perfect.
Kyle. We're
Yeah.
good.
Have a good review, everyone.
Hey, Christopher, I want to say hi before we start. Your first up, so
yeah.
How are you?
I'm good. I have quite a setup here.
Beautiful. Hi, everybody.
It's my family.
Beautiful. That's great. This is the best way to go into this.
Yeah, exactly. They're also very talented architects.
Oh, it's amazing.
No, none of them are, but I think it's gonna be fun.
Well, it's wonderful to meet everybody. Hi, I'm Anna. Okay, perfect. So I give you a couple of minutes to just compose your thoughts.
Yeah.
And then we'll have 15 minutes of introductions, making sure that everybody has access to the space, and then you'll be up.
Okay, cool.
Okay.
Does that mean we're gonna run 15 minutes late in the schedule, or is that in the schedule?
The schedule anticipates a kind of 15-minute intro. Let me pull it up, one moment. So Christopher begins at 10:15. Joy goes at 11. There's a little break. Rob, 11:50. Vincent, 12:35. Christina, 1:20. And hopefully we finish by 2.
Great.
I'm going to record today's session also. So we'll start in about a minute.
Hi.
Oh, hi. You must be Pippo.
Ciao.
Welcome.
Sí,
It's very nice to meet you. I'm Anna.
Yes, we never met. Yeah.
We haven't yet, but I'm really looking forward to hearing from you today.
Oh, well. We had a nice session last night. Well, last morning for you, last night for me.
You're in Rome today?
Well, I'm in Italy, not in Rome. I look at the sea from my window on the Adriatic. This is generally my swimming time. When I'm
here.
I
see. So welcome to everybody who is joining us now. It's really amazing to begin this third day of graduate thesis reviews. I'm going to host today's session, and as we're kind of slowly starting to enter the Zoom room, just a couple of things. We're also streaming this on YouTube, and I will type into the notes, into the chat, the YouTube link. And we're also recording this session. So I hope that we have everybody's permission who's here to do so. Hi, Florencia. I think she's still tuning in. Hi, Florencia.
I still have party background, so let me change my background to a serious background. There we go. Hi, guys.
Hey.
Hi, let's see who I see.
Ciao, Florencia. Yeah, you saw me living room.
Hi, Ellen.
Ciao, Ellen.
Hi. Hi, Vincent. We're at the end of the line, Vincent. Can you believe that?
We made it.
I know.
We made it. Almost there. Hi, Christopher. How are you doing?
Hey, I'm doing fine.
Hi, Christina. 1 year later, remember that? I see Robert there, but hi, Andrew. Thank you for
Hey.
joining us.
How are you?
Hi, Andrew. Hey, John,
Hey,
how are you?
So, Anna, I'm with you for half. After Joy,
Okay, no problem. Lance, good morning. It's really good to see you.
Good morning. How's everybody doing today?
Really well, I think. Elena, how are you?
I am great. Thank you.
I loved your setup yesterday
I had a lot of
for
fun.
school.
You have
nice.
no idea. That made my day. I haven't been really out in 6 months. I haven't been in school in 6 months. So the crew, Phil, and everybody was really fun, actually. It was a great time. Today's Florencia in the afternoon.
Oh, yeah?
Will be spinning for us.
you know, my
We don't hear you, Florencia.
Stay connected con mi regulares.
Hi, Sylvia. How's it going?
Okay, how are you?
Good.
Hi,
It's nice to
Lavin.
see you.
Ciao, Lavin. How are you?
Ciao, Pippo.
So you got a suntan.
for joining us.
So we're just kind of awkwardly sitting and starting a little bit slowly, but I think we still have a couple of critics who are going to join, and then we'll, if you don't mind, I only have a line of introduction for each one of our guests, but maybe I'll pass the mic to you so you can each say hello. On Zoom, it's a little bit easier if you unmute to say hello. Otherwise, people don't know who is who. So, but I could probably begin just by saying hello. I'm Anna Neimark, design faculty here at SCI-Arc, and you'll see some of my students' presentations today. We're joined, of course, by Florencia Pita. She is also a faculty here at SCI-Arc and coordinator of graduate thesis. Hi, Florencia.
Hi, everybody. Thanks, everybody, for joining us. Some of you for like second round. Sean McMorrough, he got the background. People had a long day. Lance also had a long day. So I think that, Natu also had a few days. So Andrew and Sylvia, you're fresh. You'll be fresh on a Saturday.
Super. My other kind of co-partner today is Elena Manferdini. She is here in the room and she's the chair of the graduate program. Hi, Elena.
Hi, Anna. Thank you for the introduction. I'm looking forward. It's great to see everybody here. And great to see also Pippo. I haven't seen you in a long time. So from Italy, what time is that there? Is it late?
It's pretty difficult to see people in presence from California these days. It's a gift.
Yeah.
So hi, Elena, and then I'll go through everybody in some sort of alphabetical order by the first name. Aminatou, so Natu Fall, recent graduate of SCI-Arc, and she's currently teaching in the core curriculum. Hi, Natu, how are you?
Hi, Anna. I'm good. How are you?
Great. So good to see you. Thank you for joining us. Andrew Saunders, Associate Professor of Architecture at UPenn at the Stuart Weitzman School of Design and the founding principal of Andrew Saunders Architecture and Design. Hi, Andrew.
Hey, Anna.
Welcome.
How are you?
So good to see you. You're in Philadelphia?
I am, yeah. I'm in Philadelphia right now. Yep.
So just the 3 hours ahead.
Yeah, no, it's not bad. Just 1 o'clock here.
Okay, perfect. John McMorrough is researcher of contemporary architectural practices, associate professor at University of Michigan Taubman College of Architecture and Urban Planning, and principal architect at Studio APT, Architecture Project and Theory. Hi, John.
Hi. It's 1 o'clock here too, for those keeping track.
Super. So good to see you. Lance Collins, director at Partner Energy here in Los Angeles, and also the president of the SoCal NOMA chapter. Hi, Lance. Welcome back.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody. How's everybody doing?
I have a good feeling about this morning. It's going to be really exciting. Next, Pippo Ciorra, senior curator of architecture at Rome's Maxi Museum. He's an architect, critic, professor at the School of Architecture of Ascoli Piceno and University of Camerino. Hi, Pippo.
Ciao. It's dinner time here.
We will serve you lots of good projects. How about that?
Practiced last night.
And of course, Sylvia Lavin, historian, theorist, critic, the heart really of Los Angeles's kind of architecture culture, professor at Princeton. Welcome, Sylvia.
Unmute.
Yes, you need an unmute button.
Yes, I rarely unmute myself, but I will try to be good and speak only when necessary. So nice to see everybody. Hi, friends.
Perfect.
Sylvia, we're family here. You can see here, but so you know, so everybody knows. Sorry, Anna.
Go for it.
We try to make the Zoom more private, so you're mostly going to see. I see Craig Hodgetts coming in. You'll see only the people presenting, but so you know, we're live. So all the people are commenting and chatting on YouTube. So it's not that other people are not seeing us. It's just that they're like outside of this bubble. You know, we keep the Zoom bubble small.
Exactly. And now we're also joined, hi Craig, by Craig Hodgetts. He's the partner at Mithun here in Los Angeles, one of the foremost protagonists in the SCI-Arc LA scene, together with his partner Ming Fang and Professor Emeritus at UCLA. Craig, can you hear us?
Yes, I can. Hi.
Hey, good to see you. It's been a while.
Your problems, but great. Excited to be here.
Thank you for joining us. Christopher.
Yeah.
Good morning.
Good morning.
So Christopher is the first student of the morning, and maybe just a kind of room temperature test. On paper, we're supposed to start at 10:15. Is it okay if we start 5 minutes ahead of schedule?
That's totally fine. And you hear me? You hear me fine?
I hear you perfectly.
Good.
And I see that you have some of your own family, your own jury.
I have
in the
my
room.
family, my own little jury. Yeah.
Hi, it's wonderful to see everybody.
Yeah.
Welcome.
Yeah, and you're on the big screen as well.
Oh,
as you see.
Amazing. Perfect.
Yeah.
So I'll pass the mic to you, Christopher.
Yeah, thank you so much. All right. Great. So my name is Christopher, and my thesis is called Table of Content. I just need to minimize this. Okay. So really, the initial process of the project started with actually something that the Venice Biennial is talking about, questions of how we will live together in the future. And I was having these thoughts about like how architecture could be more accommodating and inclusive towards differences. And so I used the analogy of the table as to begin to discuss the means of selection, inclusion, collection, and accumulation of differences. The thesis table of content examines an architecture that is promiscuous in its abilities to include. The table, located in between those who have it in common, is served as the thing that both relates and separates people at the same time. To bring something to the table is to make a contribution on offer to the discussion. But in order to be able to bring something to the table, it requires the table to always already be there. This thesis explores the table as a building typology in order to discuss the current state of public buildings and how we engage with them as infrastructural monuments. And at the same time, examining the relationship between exterior public space and interior. And perhaps instead of public life being manifested in designated spaces in between buildings, maybe the body can act on the scale of the interior as well as the exterior, and at least in the dialogue between the two. The table is an interpersonal and spatial exchange, a physical manifestation of a negotiating space. It is a generator for public discussion with the inclusion and participation of its citizens. It is a space for assembly and alternative intermingling. The table is a destination and a building of public ownership. So I started the project looking at the Latin definition tabula that is manifested in these two definitions. One, which is like the geometrical form of a table that we know as a flat top with one or more legs, providing a surface on which object may be placed. And the other one, tabulate, which is like a sort of a non-physical state, a surface on which to bring something into relation. And in the research, I've been looking through two-dimensional and three-dimensional representation, art and architecture, in order to understand the relationship between table and tabulation. And in Robert Rauschenberg's work, the Combine series, he's taking everyday objects and placing them onto the surface to gather new understandings and meanings from the content itself. And as the canvas on the surface explode into three-dimensional objects, 2D images are placed onto these things. Another example is Giorgio Morandi's still life, where the table serves as the backdrop for objects to be placed in relation to each other. Shadows and lights and colors plays a role in the way and the relationship between the objects create a new meaning. Henry Labrouste used the tabulation of content as an expression of a building's function to the exterior. And in the library, the function of the library as a public entity becomes accessible. Sarah Ahmed talks about two things arriving at the same time, having to create a new kind of moment. Both objects have to occur at the same time. The table, therefore, in Mies van der Rohe's example, the elevated surface serves as the simplification of this kind of moment, where the elevated surface becomes the space on which you interact. I've been working on an architectural diagram in order to try to discuss and position the project, talking about the federate versus the corporate as management strategy, public and private as accessibility, and the table as something in between, the federate and public, but more towards the public. I've used research in Nolly's map of Rome to understand mass and void, and this led me on to the first kind of like physical studies in the relationship between the mass and the void, and try to think of a building as an elevated surface. And these are a series of studies that are made with types of foam and coloration, and try to understand the densities of these kind of figures. Something which is like refined to the scale of the kind of miniature randomness, which I quite liked. And a collection of those, the relationship between the ground, the shadows that it casts, the punctuation allows for a certain kind of visibility through the object. And these cast objects have two sides, one which is like the regular one, which is inside the cast, the other one which is like irregular from where the pouring is happening. And through a digitalized version, I tried to resemble the kind of random texture through random scripts of accommodating this kind of collection without kind of figuration. And a construct of a table, trying to make the first early attempts on how a figure could be structurally lifted off the ground, and the relationship between leg and surface. Table of content. The project. The site is Pershing Square, and pretty much I think the project could happen anywhere. Pershing Square is historically has been test ground for many projects, and I think as a public generator and a public assembly, it's seen many different phases in the Los Angeles history. I think the project could be many different places. I think Pershing Square is an interesting position to be at. But the table of content, the project is constructed through a series of voids and has this interior plaza. There's these kind of like archives on the sides inside the legs. The way it manifests itself on the ground is through this infrastructural archiving legs. So as you move around the legs of the building, you have these moments where with all the public archiving to be publicly displayed as you kind of ascend up into the interior public space that serves with areas and events for debate and informal gathering and discussion. On the second level, you have the institutional and preservation, conservation, and land management, which is like the more structured format where we can begin to discuss these relationships between the public and the private. And on the ground level is kind of like informal planning of trees put out in an unstructured way, as seen from the cast models, trying to create like a texture on the ground. And if we go back to the legs, these are kind of like situations occurring, circulation through the archives. As you ascend, there's a kind of like rediscovering of the elements. So it's consisting of these two levels, the institutional part and the interior public plaza, the table square. This is the institution for preservation. And these are all kind of collapsed through the holes that go through. The interior plaza produces new scenario. It's a liberation from any other public agenda that the city may foreclose through the displacement of everyday life and lifestyles, conversation, dance, lecture, events, etc. The new interior public space supports the exchange of ideas. In a theatrical sense, it produces an assemblage of a new combination of people. The sloping features forces one to move, and the deeper features allows for informal gathering. These kind of like nested sort of landscapal features that you can also see here. And these are the holes on the bottom. You see the sloping features from the ground. I think the experience of these layers are kind of important in order to collapse the relationship between the different programs. A view from the underside, looking through the institutional part up to the next plaza. And here you have a look inside, playing with light and the interior scale. And now I'm just going to take you through the space. So just follow me for a second. I'm just going to stop sharing. Okay. Still with me?
Yes.
All right, great. Sorry. Okay. So here we go. So what you see here is one of the legs of the model that you can see here as well, and the inside of the model there. The quality is not as good as I hoped, but that's pretty much it. If you hold this 1 second. You have this view into the interior landscape. You have all the sloping features, all the arenas, all these kind of like informal gatherings, and the holes that you can kind of look through to the underside of the square. Yeah. Right. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Christopher. I'll unpin your video again, and we'll bring us back to gallery view so you can see the whole jury.
Yeah, that's perfect.
Perfect.
You may have like opened with this and I just missed it. Could you just rehearse the double entendre of table of contents and table with contents? Like, is that somehow meaningful?
What does double entendre means?
The double meaning. So a table of contents is when you open the book and it tells you what's where. And a table full of contents would be a table that has things on it.
Yeah.
I didn't know, do you mean to refer to both? Or I'm just trying to understand, is there a relationship between these two organizational systems? Because they actually operate very differently. And yeah, so I'm just curious. Maybe it doesn't mean anything other than English. Maybe this is a naive question.
Yeah, no, I think it's definitely interesting that they both are the same. In some sense, they come from the same word, but one is like physical, or the other one is kind of like systematic. And so I thought about that in terms of like the development of the program, the idea of like the archive is something that we understand as something that gives us an insight towards both ourselves and the information that we collect, and the table as this kind of like physical sort of dumb object that still has this ability to include people and as well as like content, if that makes sense.
It does. It does. I mean, yeah. I defer to my colleagues.
I find it a bit, I don't quite know what to make of the fact that you just call the table a dumb object. Because in this case, you made the table, so I guess you made it dumb. And I think at the same time, you want us to think it's actually very clever, and that the project is very clever. There's a lot of sleight of hand in the project, I would say. Part of it is the double entendre issue. Part of it is also the way you show the project. So you show us the model in a different orientation than a table, and don't really, it was a super systematic part of the contents of your presentation, and yet you, I think, worked pretty hard to keep it out of the table of contents. So I'm interested, I'm both interested and a little troubled by a kind of language of of dumbness, like it's obvious, it's self-evident, I'm making an archive, I'm showing you, you know, this is in the modality of what you see is what you get. And yet in this era of post-truth, I'm sure that we all have to understand that we need to be especially suspicious of anything that claims to be self-evident. So, I mean, these are some of the things that I'm thinking about. There's a kind of minimalist, the reliance on the minimalist self-evidentiary nature of the formal work and the vocabulary and even the concepts, which are very much embedded in that historical period of art making, and art making quite specifically. And to then embed that in downtown LA, I mean, I just think there's a little bit of a kind of, so I'll end with just one other thought, you know, it's kind of food for thought that doesn't belong in your table of contents. You'd have trouble, I think, putting it in the table of contents, but you might be interested in it, which is to say, in this monumental vocabulary, kind of enlightenment vocabulary of the self-evident nature of knowledge, and that knowledge belongs in the public square in downtown, you know, that it's part of a big monumental cultural institution. Now, I was thinking about work that people have done on very different kinds of archives. So, for example, the totem in indigenous peoples is thought of as an archive that tells a certain story about the history of generations in a way that would be hard to assimilate to the self-evident logic of the table, but it's still a kind of way of making history. Or the way knowledge is embedded in textile patterns, certain African textile patterns, for example, every thread refers to a tribe, or refers to this, and so forth. And so these are embedded forms of knowledge that are not self-evident, that would trouble a little bit the logic of knowledge that you have very clearly deployed. And I understand also sought to subvert by turning it on its side. But it's not clear to me that the simple geometric gesture is, you know, again, just going forward, thinking forward. This is a big thing that you've bitten off. It just might be interesting to think about other kinds of knowledge that could they find a place in your archive, I suppose. Maybe that's what I'm asking.
Yeah.
Well, it's surprising that you were always working with a mass, a solid, not a void. And that solid was not particularly receptive. I'm more reminded, Sylvia, that was a great exposition, incidentally, really wonderful. but to extend that, the idea of the solid is something where things are embedded and permanent and unchanging. And as Sylvia was talking, I was thinking about the Egyptian temples, where all the incised imagery is in fact information. It is a solid library, most of the Egyptian temples. And so the leap that you made from solid to void, and then you chose to continue to explore the idea of texture. I'm not quite sure where you went with the idea of habitation, where you went with the idea of how do we occupy that space, which is, again, kind of perplexing because it's both a solid and a void. Conceptually a solid. But we're seeing the negative volume of the solid. So there's some legerdemain here, which is, you know, very, I guess, ambiguous, which makes it tantalizing. I mean, I thought the methodology that you used was really fantastic and very, very systematic. But the end result, I think, hasn't yet really matured.
Yeah, if I could, I guess I kind of agree with Craig, what you said. I first of all, I want to just commend you on the model and the line drawings that you created, because I really like those. I wish, this was a real in-person presentation to be able to see that model and kind of touch it and kind of walk around, all those sorts of things. I think a lot of the presentations these days are more virtual and animations and everything else. I just appreciate the model in general. But to kind of echo what Craig was saying, I think the process itself was sort of fascinating, the way you kind of arrived at the sort of end result. But I question what the end result is a little bit, because in sort of almost a literal way, it became a table that is filled with program, and program being the archives, different things. But to me, I know you said that, it could have been cited anywhere, but because you chose Pershing Square, it kind of seemed like a missed opportunity to figure out how you engage that urban space to be more inclusive. Does the building overlap the property line? Does it extend out into the street? How does it engage the ground plane? All those sorts of things when you talk about inclusion, but it's still sort of defined by the property lines of Pershing Square, then it kind of seems like, you kind of confined yourself into that arbitrary box there. And, you mentioned, I think one of the words you used was an interior landscape. I think it would have been helpful to see more of that from an experiential perspective, to understand what you meant from that perspective. I think I kind of got a little bit of it when you kind of took the top off the model, but to sort of see more of that interior landscape, and then maybe how that line blurs between the exterior spaces as well too. So I think you used the word early in the process that was kind of about negotiating that space between inside and outside, and I kind of wanted to see that reflect itself in the final design of the project as well.
If I can add something very quickly, because there's like a lot of critics. When you started your presentation, the first thing that came to my mind were, table is a place around which you gather people to negotiate, to elaborate, to discuss, to negotiate between communities. It's a place for dialogue on one side, which is pushing on one side. On the other side, I thought that the most famous table in the tabula sense is the table of the elements in chemically speaking. And some of your drawings were kind of making me think of that. So maybe some of this potential, especially because you're doing a public building which has a public, so maybe putting a little bit more, you could put, or maybe I would like to listen what you think about it. This idea of the table as a place where people build the public realm and shared ideas and view on society. But at the same time, the table as an archive is the table of the elements, of course. So these two concepts may add to your project. What do you think?
Yeah, I think it's been quite challenging to figure out like how this would manifest itself towards I would love to spend more time on like developing this relationship between the interior and the exterior as well, and that's why I think I forgot to mention there's a website as well where you can like scroll through some images called tableofcontent.xyz. But I think what I was trying to work with a lot of the time was like this ambiguity in the facade and the light and the atmosphere of an interior space.
The building is beautiful. The only thing for me is the strongest connection I see to the table concept is topological. No, is this surface suspended on legs, which is one point. You have the potential to build more points, more assets on this. In this direction, I think.
Yeah.
Pippo, I think that comment is maybe the most revelatory, because what you've done is take the physical form of a table rather than the metaphor that Pippo was just describing. And the metaphorical meaning of the table is far more profound than the formal relationship of the table surface to its environment. And so I think you may have gotten overly zealous about following your thesis.
Yeah, I just wanted to. Just in terms of, I think one of the interesting challenges has been the scale jump between like the object that we know as a table and then as a form of a building. There's a huge gap, and I think in my interpretation and the translation of the table into a much larger scale, it was the surface of like public assembly, and I didn't know exactly what it could be, except from a surface that is kind of like engaging with either arenas or this kind of like undulating surface. So
I just have a methodological question, because you said like I take the table and then I interpret it and I didn't know what it meant. And I'm just wondering, did you ever translate through architecture? Because there's like any number of typological formal dispositions that have used the table. You even cite Mises plinth in your example. The mega roof might be another. Like there'd be a way in which you don't have to follow one of those, but it seems like table comes innocently from anywhere and you like discovered it anew. And I think already the table metaphor has its own sort of history within the field that you could have like triangulated. Because I think right now, I like the building. I hate the table because I don't understand how it contributes to either a phenomenological or organizational sense of table or any sort of like table of contents of tables in architecture. So it seems like quite idiosyncratic, even though it like, I think is very accomplished architecturally. Discursively, it sort of doesn't position itself.
Well, I wonder, I was imagining when I heard table, I was imagining this kind of article by Venturi and Denise Scott Brown where they take, have you seen this one where they take an actual table and they put it in many different positions showing that it can be many different things. And I wonder just about the formal language. I have to applaud, a number of things that have been said. The physical models operating outside of the studio setting are incredible. And I'm wondering, this is more of a question for the kind of formal language, because the table seems to be questioned at some point its orientation, as Sylvia had alluded to, at some point its different scales. It seems that the table, if I had to just assess it, is not one monolithic table, but it seems the major platform of the table seems to be made of these kind of drifting squares, right? Multiple drifting squares. And how far does that formal language go to where it doesn't become a table anymore? And I wonder, can it be multiple tables? If these things start to drift even further apart, how monolithic does this have to be to maintain its tableness? Or are they multiple tables, and can the formal language allow some of those other tables to be reoriented, like you had in some of your photos, to kind of take this sort of familiar table and represent it in an unfamiliar way, which was the whole kind of argument of Venturi in that sort of article about kind of rethinking the table. It seems somewhere kind of caught in the middle where it's not completely monolithic. It's starting to break apart into certain pieces. I just questioned, what were your kind of decision-making process of how many pieces and how much of those pieces have to be together to kind of maintain its legibility as a table?
Yeah, I think that's a very good question. It's my own idea to try to pursue something that with very simple means can do a lot. And I think the table is a perfect example of something that is incredibly simple and is at the same time very, very complex in what it does and the function of it. I ultimately would like to do architecture that can be both things at the same time. And I think that was why I was like trying to strive for something like very, very, I guess in a sense, very sublime when talking about form and function in a way. But I think in the scale, it was difficult to handle. But But at the same time, it posed all these like questions in my own mind, and I think it's been a very constructive process in terms of like trying to get myself to the place where maybe that's something I would be able to do in the future. I don't know, but it was a very interesting problem to work with, at least.
We both are in places with a lot of earthquakes. You know, the first thing people do here when the earthquake comes is to go under a table. No? So the table is the minimum archetype of a roof also. No? And I think this, I mean, speculating a little bit about what many of the critics were telling you, you could build a stronger relation between this research you've done in the beginning and the project. I mean, because then we should now start to, as Andrew was doing now, enter, you know, the building. We want to see perspective of the interior landscape to understand how high is this thing, how pleasant is this place. But this is maybe difficult now. What would be more interesting for me is to bring more of the potential of the table metaphor, topology, history, and relation with space into the, I mean, even just into your discourse, into the, also because you're doing a public building for communities and for community use. So, I mean, you have the chance, I think.
I just want to call attention to the model for a moment, because the styrofoam model, you know, with this wonderful capacity to look like it's about to disintegrate every time you touch it, it has this incredible fragility about it as a material choice on your part, a kind of vulnerability, if you will. And I think of that kind of vulnerability and sense of not earthquake, but potential, you know, on the cusp of some kind of internal collapse. I actually think that that's really the appropriate way to deal with an archive today, because we set so much store by their stability. They are the place that preserves and constructs knowledge. And therefore they need radically to be rethought. And that very obdurate quality is what we have to undo. And so I'm assuming that this was part of your discussion, and that's why you chose that. But I would just say, on balance, that sense of vulnerability was really mostly only visible in the material choice. And it was really strengthened, you know, rather than amplify this sense that it could all come apart in a moment and therefore be available to become a beanbag chair, you know, something that is amorphous and responsive and transformative. It instead became rigidified in some way. And, you know, I would just sort of caution you in some way that one of the problems, as John, you know, many of us have thought a lot about over the last 25 years, is that these concepts, like a table of content that we use to organize our thoughts when they are inchoate, can end up driving they start off helping you prop up like a table your ideas that are more like the styrofoam all falling apart. And then they rigidify and you start building the table rather than using the table as a way to kind of get where you want to go. And I would also say, in part because, you know, I feel as though we're giving you some tough talk. And I think the toughness of the talk, I hope, and I suspect that you do, understand that it's because the project is very strong and your presentation of it is very strong. So nobody's saying I didn't understand or how do I get in the front door or any of that kind of stuff. So like you're in the arena, you're in the public arena. And so you take the blows of being in part of public discourse. So I really commend that. I admire that. And above all, I notice that. However, I would also say that the figure of the architect now is also one of those figures that we have to start to think about in a different way. So the confidence and certainty with which you present the project, I think it's not going to help you as a rhetorical strategy going forward. I think more looseness, more openness, more vulnerability, more sense, I could have gotten it wrong. I speak from a certain position. These are things that every time we speak in public, we have to be somewhat attentive to. So given that you have a very high degree of skill, I would really, and are clearly thinking about this very deeply and very thoroughly and so forth, I would not caution you, but I would encourage you to take on that aspect of the representation of your project as well, and decrease its self-confidence and allow the foam to disintegrate it a little bit around the edges.
Mm-hmm. I think it's very beautifully put, actually. I think it's my own insecurity of making a thesis that makes it sound like I have to know certain things, but I think it's a very, very good comment.
But what that is also beautifully said. And what I would like to say though is that what I'm sure you're experiencing as the conflict of being a thesis student. So we're all have the power, you don't, all those kinds of anxieties, etc. I would depersonalize it. This is not about you right this moment, but this is also about expertise, right? So what you are getting today when you graduate is a professional degree. So you go out into the world as a professional expert with all of the things that means. And you are entering a world in which the expert and knowledge itself has been absolutely upended to the cost of many hundreds of thousands of lives. So how to defend expertise without defending its overconfidence, that is not your problem. That is the problem of all experts today. And I think it is very important to think about it. And so I have confidence that you can.
In a way, I think you sort of set up a trap for yourself with that aha moment when you said, aha, a table, that's a great pursuit. And you took a very linear progression from that insight through to the end. And I think what Sylvia is talking about is that linear process, while it's very professional and yields a very predictable result, fails to consider things outside of its periphery. So in a way, your pursuit was one in which you were wearing blinders. And I was particularly interested in what Pippo had to say about a table being a place where people come together for a feast, to share bread, to share information, etc. And that was an avenue you did not pursue. So while I am with the rest of the jury, I very much admire the product. I think the product was very beautiful and beautifully presented. But I think you were a little bit too narrowly focused on the idea, that basic idea, which you followed religiously, but perhaps neglected to follow some of the tributaries.
Only 2 footnotes. There is a language issue. In Italian, table of contents becomes indice, so the word table doesn't appear. And in the archive language becomes inventario or catalog. So there's no table in my language. Yeah.
That's because you're always eating dinner.
Yeah.
We're serious about the table and the meaning of the table, I tell you that.
Table means dinner, no? Yeah. Especially in this area. But it was a beautiful presentation.
Thank you.
Christopher, I'd like to maybe give you the final word. I thought that it was an amazing discussion that pointed to something that I realized as well, looking at the project today, that if the two definitions that you started with, one, as Sylvia says, kind of props up our ideas as a kind of framework for how we put those inchoate thoughts together, I think, to quote carefully, which in my mind seems to be a kind of infrastructural idea, a kind of formatting idea, an idea about also bringing things together, bringing text together, people, textile was kind of called upon, and other kinds of collectives. In opposition to that, the table that you construct as an object feels today as a kind of singular monument. And in its monumentality, maybe that opposition, or the two definitions, they're so different from each other that we're searching today how to bring back some of the finer textile or the texture of community, of the collective, and of a kind of inscription of the city that Lance also spoke to, where the monument dissolves a bit into the fabric and really begins to open up and participate. And so my question would be, now that the table is here and it is white and it is kind of blank, what are your thoughts about how it gets filled up with people, with texture, with identities, with kind of all of the infrastructure of the city? What is the text that will be written on this? You know, if we're going to come back to your own, one of your precedents of Labrouste's Sainte-Geneviève library, where the text is written on the walls, what kinds of notes will you place on this in order to open it up?
Yeah, I don't think I can answer it, but that's, I think, is a really good point. And I know site and these kind of like specificities are super important, like almost detrimental to the project. I don't think I got to that level yet. I think, yeah, I don't know, a little pressured on time, but not to excuse myself, but that's, I've ultimately, that's where I wanted to go with this. I mean,
this is what Sylvia wanted to hear.
Well, I'd like to say that I think you've done it at the level of the model and at the level of expertise of being a kind of architect, inscribing all of the processes and the methods and materials of production. As you go now out into the world, those processes that are so internal to the way in which we work, you'll just have to reabsorb and continuously absorb, not just cultural reference, but also all of these other contingencies as you encounter them. I think that it's very hard, perhaps within a thesis setting, to reproduce the complexity of the city and to understand how to make it visible and how to make it so inclusive within a project that's kind of limited in its scope. So but I congratulate you. I think it was just an amazing summer working with you. And I love the fact that you really made a performance out of your presentation today, and also that you had a live audience is really beautiful.
Thank you so much.
Congratulations.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Wow.
Your family, that's amazing. Hi everybody, to all the family there.
I gave my pen the wrong day when I graduated.
Florencia, welcome back. I know that Joy is next. Her review is scheduled for 11 a.m. And I'd like to ask if we could take a 5-minute break because she's having her family join from Taiwan. And I think they are expected to join in 5 minutes. So we don't want to be starting too early. So let's take a little break, grab a coffee and come back. And now it's going to be in 4 minutes. So it's 10:56 here. Welcome back. We'll wait another minute just to make sure to give everybody time to come back. But just briefly, this is Joy. She's presenting next. She's working with Florencia. Florencia is back. Hi.
Hi, everybody. Hi, Joy. Good luck
Hi.
today.
Thank you.
No comments. We look forward to an amazing presentation.
Joy, I think you can probably begin.
Okay, perfect.
Elena may be jumping in and out of a couple of reviews, but I think you should start.
Sure. Go ahead and share my screen. Okay, does everyone see my screen?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Hi, everyone. My name is Joy, and the title of my thesis is The Architecture of Confection, a Recipe for Delight in the Post-Pandemic City. So my thesis is an aesthetic investigation of architecture through the act of mixing, layering materials, mediums, disciplines in a playful manner. So to give some context, I started by looking at the typology of the playground and urban planning designs of Aldo van Eyck and also Noguchi. And the notion of creating spaces to encourage this childlike, carefree and imaginative play. I also looked at the role of the quotidian object, ready-mades by Oldenburg, like this floor cake you see here, and additional art references like Andy Warhol's Wild Raspberries. So on the topic of everyday stuff, the children's board game of Candyland actually cooked up during the polio pandemic in the 1940s. In order to provide an illusion of movement as people remain cooped up, as we're all familiar with, highlights the importance of an explorative and imaginative methodology. So to give you some more context, public spaces and parks in downtown Los Angeles are generally banal and often converted into either parking lots or taken over by the development of high rises, such as the story of my site, the Angels Knoll Park, which is actually adjacent to a foodie cultural hub of Grand Central Market. And so as I searched for a new aesthetic category of space creation and playground design, the abstraction of sugar and recipe creation is so central to form finding through the very act of play. So I literally made, I was making things, experimenting with materials and everything edible inside my kitchen, which just became my lab, my studio, and kind of my playground. And so I was also, so I worked mostly in analog at home, like all of us, also doubling as my quarantine pastime. So, two birds with one stone. I was also interested in our culture's obsession with what we eat and how it is displayed. So shown here is my miniatures model, where I was just really experimenting with forms and figures that I can make with sugar. And my midterm model, I baked a cake and I put it on display. And the typical foodie photograph seen from above. And so on the topic of food, there is a recipe and a tutorial that I'd like to share with you all. So let me gear up this video. And I just want to let everyone know that there's audio, and so I would just be mindful of your volume. Okay, so as seen here is a photograph of my final model, which you saw just now being assembled. The mission of my project is to maintain the playfulness and experimental nature, working in both modes of taste, experience, materiality, and consumption by elevating the everyday food. Oh. I forgot to pause it. That was another video running. So I tried to elevate the everyday, and so through the ambiguity of material and also the confusion of substance, my project blurs the line between reality and imagination from my methods of representation and techniques that I used, such as photogrammetry, from working in physical to digital. The result is the creation of my modern day candy lane architecture. So by using this to revitalize the role of urban outdoor public space comes a repositioned identity of Angels Knoll Park on display in a post-pandemic era, injecting the need for play as central to the recipe by using happiness and enjoyment as a discourse. And I'm going to put some images on loop as we open it up for discussion.
Thank you, Joy. That was beautiful and delicious.
Hungry.
So I want to commend you on your presentation. I really enjoy the fact that you were working mostly in analog and that you've really laid out your process for us, and that tutorial video I particularly enjoyed, and I think the graphics you've created to sort of represent that same physical model in a digital sense, I think translates very well, especially sort of the use of the change you've made with the materials in your renderings of that physical model.
Could you, this is Craig, could you kind of lead us through then in a narrative sense, how you envision this, this confection, to be utilized in reality?
Sure. Okay. So I will actually pause on one image so I can lead you through the space. Okay. So there are a few things going on this site, which I found particularly interesting. You have the underground subway right here that connects. And then you have the Angel's Flight right here that goes from this lower part of the city, which is right across the street is Grand Central Market, ascending up to California Plaza, which is above. You have a stairway that goes across, and this really, I guess, historically challenging piece of land that actually, for the history of Angel's Flight was actually moved from just a block away to this very site. And this site historically has been, I guess, for many years has remained untouched just because of the topography, and it is currently, I believe, going to be developed and replaced by a high-rise. And so I thought, moving through this space, which, on the street level, you can enter into a lower ground into the hill, which I've excavated. And also you can go up the hill, leading you through these different spaces of play. And I didn't really want to so much define each space. I wanted to really embrace the, I guess, the fluid nature and the mixing and meshing of, creativity that, people can imagine what the activities are going to be. I have, several water features that are just, fun and playful to look at. I have architectural elements that I've introduced in throughout the site, which I would say gives it a little bit of introduces familiarity into, these other elements that really from a distance look like blob forms. And I guess I just really wanted to embrace this, this quality of like fluid movement and this childlike sense of wonder that I feel has really been lost in some sense, and really also wanted to make that my mode of working as well as I was developing my ideas and putting this project together from home.
Could you tell me how you feel about the Museum of Ice Cream?
I've actually never been there, but I've seen many Instagrammable, photos and people taking selfies and everything. So how do I feel about it? I don't really know how I feel about it. I feel like that space, perhaps the sharing of images, it almost overrides the experience that I wanted to evoke in my project, which, people are just walking around with their cell phones and kind of taken from the actual experience itself. So I would say that's probably my position of it.
Maybe that wasn't your intention, but just looking at your project, I think this would definitely become like the Museum of Ice Cream, where people would just be would just be walking around with their phones to take pictures, just given the color palette and sort of, bright aesthetic or playful aesthetic that your project has.
Mm-hmm.
I would push on that a little bit more though, because I think that, if this isn't about leisure, at the consumption of images as the principal form of leisure today, then I'm kind of lost. Mm-hmm. And I'm not evaluating whether I think that goal is a good or a bad one. I'm just saying that's really, but it is the conceptual universe through which I would be able to sort of manage this project, and in my own mind, and because otherwise I would be tricked into talking about, well, why are we consuming candy, and what do you really associate candy with happiness? I mean, this is one of many false truths that have been sold through advertising. So we think of candy and we think of happy. We don't think of cavities. We don't think of people, poor people who eat candy because it's cheap calories. And I mean, there's a whole, I got to stay away from that, because otherwise I don't know what this is doing in downtown LA. But I would like to see this as a project that somehow tries to take a critical position towards the incursion into downtown LA of these Instagram machines. And the world is an Instagram machine, I get that, but they call themselves museums. They have a very successful, one of the most extraordinarily successful marketing campaigns. There is a huge apparatus that gets people to go to these places. And I am concerned that they are working on a level of media urbanism at a level of sophistication that your project is kind of turning into prettiness. Mm-hmm. And they are super strategic. they are capitalism at its most extreme, in the sense that they make money out of literally nothing. I mean, there is nothing. There's no ice cream at the Museum of Ice Cream. I mean, and yet it's an enormous economic engine. So I think that, you know, I think that there should be Instagram sites here. I think you should show us the project on Instagram. I think that the discourse shouldn't be that you think that the colors are happy, but that you have triggered, even if you have to fabricate it, that you trigger a social conversation on Instagram about these things, right? So that if the project is to be taken seriously as a challenge to, I myself would encourage you not to say post-pandemic, but this is the site of leisure during the pandemic. This is where people go. And what can an architect do to shape that? I think that that's potentially a very, God, I'm terrified of the metaphors that are going to come out of my mouth. You know, it's a rich territory. I'm thinking like a rich cake, or it's heavy, you know, something like that. But anyway, I would encourage you to think about that, those dimensions of the project.
Yeah, that's great. That's actually really good feedback. It is actually something that I didn't consider until just really taking a step back from just looking at all my images. The connection that I had made was, I guess, is the ephemerality of, you know, Instagram posts and the kind of the nature of sugar that dissolves, you know, when put under water or something. And so almost that fleeting, I guess, feeling of what that is. But I really like that you brought that up. Gives me a lot to think about.
I agree with the other reviewers' comments as well, but I kind of was maybe taking it a little bit further, or sort of slightly different angle, which is so the difference between sort of experiencing food, how you would taste it, you know, what it is, you know, what the textures are, all those things, versus the image of food, as people have mentioned, sort of viewing on Instagram or whatever. The viewing of that image also sort of provides its own sort of stimulation and releases endorphins or whatever the chemical is in your brain that says, oh, I want to go eat something now, whatever. So if in fact that this space becomes sort of the physical manifestation of the image that can release those endorphins or whatever, then it becomes maybe sort of interesting. But if it's meant to be experienced and people gather together and, you know, interact, I don't know if I see it as strongly that way. But if it is sort of a built version of an Instagram image that people would go to just to feel a certain way, if you could say this space allows people to, you know, experience some emotion versus experience the physical space itself, that may be interesting. But it's kind of not sure which side of that, you know, path it's on right now.
Mm-hmm.
Once again, I'm very interested in how people would occupy this. And you may be aware of what I'm showing you here. Salvation Mountain.
Oh yeah, I think that's near Palm Springs, right?
Yes,
yeah.
I've been there many times, and it's quite remarkable. The interior spaces are intriguing and quite marvelous. A kind of architecture which I think is allied to yours, and what I think would be very interesting would be to put this in the hands of a scenographer or a writer, a Terry Southern or you know, who am I trying to think of? The crazy man. At any rate, to create a scenario within your structure, because I think you've adopted a very unique way of planning, and the way that the soft boundaries between different materialities happen. They actually merge into one another rather than having strict architectural definitions. And so I think really, if you were to pursue the view of exploiting your methodology and really seriously look at, okay, now, how can I translate this into built form And I think you took the very first step, didn't you? Did you scan your confection?
I did. I used photogrammetry. So, I mean, I actually did a lot of my work on my phone, used it as my 3D scanner. I edited a lot of the sketches directly just on my phone, which I thought was interesting. But that was my translation of from the physical, actual candy pieces into like a mesh that I can manipulate.
So you never thought of taking a section through it? I would love to see a section through this. I think it would be delightful and would have many, many opportunities. So I'm a bit sorry that you didn't take that avenue.
Well, I did an exhibition on food, actually. And one of the students in my PhD program are working on edible architecture. So these are two directions. The food exhibition was mostly about, it's what Sylvia was saying before, the food brings you, when you relate food to space, it brings you to the social structure of the society, the world, the space, the architecture, the countries, the continents. So maybe there is like, and of course the pandemic is not about happiness. I mean, I was cooking like I never did in the pandemic. I was eating different things every day, but it was of course neurotic, no? As neurotic is the candy eating attitude. So I think there's a critical sensibility, there is a critical consciousness that could be, otherwise it looks, I mean, for me, it doesn't look like happiness. It's a little bit like horror. It's like the clown in the horror movie, no? With all the colors, the beauty, the fun. So maybe if you add a layer of social consciousness and depth into this thing, I think you should have Lydia in one of these panels, no? And Lydia Kalipoliti is doing a Triennale in Oslo on edible architecture. So can you actually eat this stuff?
I just took the formal implications of what I made, but I think that is a really great suggestion.
I mean, there is potential, a lot of potential to be exploited.
Yeah, I think the accomplishment is pretty clear in terms of like using the kitchen as studio. Like, I think you've availed yourself well of the tools at hand and did a really fantastic project. I guess I want to pick up on the line of Sylvia talking about Instagram. It seems like the candy landscape occupies a particular point in imagination. Like, I think of the song in the 30s, the Big Rock Candy Mountain, and like it's a vision of heaven. And you've already cited Candyland as kind of a replacement for physicality or actuality, like it's sort of a displaced physicality. And then even the sort of the Will Cotton video for California Girls with Katy Perry, like there's a dreamlike quality. And I just wonder if that somehow, whether it's through Instagram or the fact that we're in our homes during the pandemic, I think it's post-pandemicness is the thing that sort of throws me, because it like talks about some moment of culmination and plenitude, where I think the candy landscape is always fantasy or always displaced in some way. And so even, I don't know, I just think there's more to do with that somehow, not with the tools from the kitchen, but like how you place it, whether it's real, whether it's virtual, whether it's another kind of a game. Like if one is a song and one is a game, I guess I would challenge yours to occupy like a third category that would be useful now. I think it could be a recipe. And I did this post that I've been waiting for 10 years to share about like cake making being a form of architecture, its highest form. I don't know, like I think the project could have been a cake, like a really big cake, not as a model, but as the thing, like here's this cake. And it's like, I don't know, we can sit on it.
Hey, John, have you seen the David Rue's stuff on the object-oriented food culture? I think I think it would go right down. Yeah, it'd be nice to see you doing out of an old guard attack on the object-oriented food through this project. Generally, though, I would side with what John was saying and against Sylvia, although maybe that's predictable since John and I used to be office mates in grad school. that there's the side where we could go after the kind of phantasmagoria, the society of the spectacle, that we can't get through it. And then there's this other thing of this, the landscape of delight doesn't need to participate in spectacle. Like one of the examples that I was talking to Joy about, she prepared this project, was Parc des Buttes-Chaumont. And Parc des Buttes-Chaumont, it was kind of pre-Instagram. And sure, it was definitely tied to Haussmann's vision for the city, but it's also for the people who went there, the working class, like factory guys who went to have lunch there. That was a place of kind of crazy fantasy and delight, kind of a proto Coney Island. And I think that the possibility of the thing just for experience is what the confectionery points to, right? Like, it's not just any confectionery, it's not just the concept of candy. It's the concept of very good candy in the way that its appearance lures us into kind of at least not just a fantasy that we're going to find happiness through it, but through some kind of a more enriched. It's the same problem that you had. The more enriched experiential aspect that it can at least touch upon for us. And I think, like, I like to believe in this project that there's a little more of that than there is of the kind of empty spectacle.
I wonder, one of the things I'm just listening to all these comments, it seems to be that the project wants to be forced more into literalness, right? Where I think the student is trying to push it more into abstraction. And, there's a lot of things that she's doing with, I agree with John's comment, it's fascinating that the kitchen becomes the studio. I don't know if that would have been the case in a different scenario, but the idea of then, using photogrammetry and scale, and then what ends up on the kind of final project seems a bit further away from, let's say, the realism or literalness that's been discussed. And I wonder if if the project would have been presented less in terms of the process and the title, and more just de facto, if this would even be a discussion, if we would be really talking about candy or food. Because I think what happens at the end of the day, there certainly are things that are evocative like that in terms of, I think what had been stated earlier, these kind of formal compositional results or consequences of these things flowing into one another, the softness, all of these things. But at a large scale, they seem to be operating more in the kind of unfamiliar or abstraction, which seems against a lot of the criticism is wanting to make it almost, beyond literal, like making the actual cake or having it be actually edible, these kind of things. I don't know. I think that the direction taken also is a kind of legitimate approach.
Could we talk a little bit about the site? Because I think Joy quite rightly identified that site as one that is always eluded any kind of occupation or any kind of successful design motif. Back when Bunker Hill was being built, Charles Moore envisioned a kind of alpine village there with lots of tiny little emplacements as a counterpoint to the massive development all around it. And I think that insight is one of the things that Joy has sort of followed, because downtown is an incredibly sterile and unfriendly location. And you could see how Disney Hall made a huge impact upon that regimentation simply by the juxtaposition of a flamboyant form in the midst of all the severe rectangles. And so I think Joy's project maybe is another antidote to the severity of the downtown environment, so that it would be a destination, and I don't think a frivolous one. I think as a destination, if one were to exploit its DNA with various appropriate activities, it would become a kind of downtown magnet for life. in a way that it doesn't exist downtown at this point.
Joy, may I ask you, following on Craig's comment, couldn't it be the cafeteria for the all of the vendors next door who probably are running out of space? And why should we eat indoors anyways in Los Angeles, especially during the pandemic? It seems like a perfect kind of question to ask you what the program should be.
Yeah,
Whether
so
it's still a
yeah.
playground, right?
Yeah, exactly. And I think this is something that actually Eric brought to my attention, you know, like Grand Central Market is just adjacent from there, and just seeing, I mean, especially in the past few months, seeing program of restaurants just spill onto the streets, and, you know, like taking, just eating on, what used to be a parking space. I think that was also very curious to me too.
Can you just talk, I mean, I'm just curious, maybe this isn't appropriate for a thesis conversation, but there's a kind of zone in between the kitchen models that you make and then the final rendering. There's a kind of zone of translation that I'm just sort of curious about. Like I could, I'm just curious because I could see building the model and it has a kind of indexical relationship to the way the bubbles are, but you go through a period of abstraction. And so suddenly things become generalized or displaced.
Yeah.
And I think that's a kind of significant moment in the project.
I think shifting from just removing the literal texture map of the cake and giving it kind of a new identity by abstracting it and making it look like it reminded me of one of those like furry, like purple monsters, and, kind of abstracting and recolorizing a lot of the characters, I would say, is something that was like another kind of element that I wanted to play with. The gemstones that used to be so precious now look like ketchup that's spilled like onto the lawn. I tried to give it a little bit more of like a confused identity in the way to give it a different reading.
Who do you think would have the mastery to translate this fundamental scenographic idea into a built form?
Oh gosh.
So Renaissance, there was a lot of building turned into patisserie, no? Into cakes. This is the attempt to turn a cake into a building, no? So that's the abstract process. And she should have the mastery.
But I mean, implicit in that question is also another series of translations, which would be like materialization. And because that translation you don't seem to be interested in yet. Like, not that it like has to be judged on its reality, but I think this question of like translating these confections into like, I don't know, concrete, glass, like what it would be, I think is another sort of complication that I sort of wonder about. I mean, the project reminds me of like a Nikisan Falls structure, or like these things that are like try to really blow up a certain kind of like scale, and they become kind of a problem. and I think even the Klaus Oldenburg stuff, like I love it. It never got that big, and I wonder what it would be like that big. So I think there's this question of scale, but then not the scale in its bigness, but the scale in like what it gets made of. It's a kind of like it just sits out there. It's not in your project, in the thesis project, but it sits out there in terms of an intellectual project of like what you would need to imagine or think about. It would be interesting to
It isn't really a cake, right? I mean, I guess I feel as though insofar as there seems to be some debate about whether this is a materialist project or a semiotic project. we have to be clear with our terms, and cakes are highly structured. They have histories. They have, you know, a cake is not a kind of smushing of materials. So the smushing of materials is more like a material thing that you're melting things together. You're sort of in the process of making candy or taffy, and then it, you know, something like that. And I just, I would encourage you as you go forward to try to try to be more in command of the words that you use and that you get people to use when they look at the project, because these words like pleasure, you know, they are generally grab bags. I mean, they can mean so many different things that they become not very useful critical tools for you or for anybody else. And you don't want the discussion around your work to devolve into basically people saying, well, I like this, or, you know, this is, you know, this is my jam and this is not my jam. You know, that that doesn't feel like a way that you want a thesis to go, I wouldn't think, or that doesn't feel like a good enough launching pad for you to go forward. And I suppose what I would say now, I'm not saying this to you, I'm saying this to some of the critics who seem to have taken what I said personally enough that they had to refer their comments back to me rather than to your project here. I would just say that you are operating, you said this was related to the pandemic, which is to say you acknowledge that you are doing this work under specific historical circumstances that are contemporary. And so to work in the contemporary gives you a bit of an obligation to understand where the urgent cultural work is unfolding. And I think one of the common things that is said about intellectual and creative work of the past 10 years or so, and then highly accelerated over the last year, is that there has been a fundamentally ethical turn. So there's the linguistic term of the 80s, then there's the post-linguistic, you know, the affective term, which I think is where you get your happiness vocabulary. But that turn is now kind of getting to be 20 years old, and there is a huge literature, not attacking it personally, but just suggesting that it's done its work, and now there is new work to be done. So when I ask you about the ice cream, how do you feel about the ice cream museum? I'm essentially suggesting that whatever your intentions are, halfway beside the point, not totally beside the point, but halfway beside the point, because your work is going to be received in the contemporary. And the contemporary is shaped a little bit by this ethical turn. And so to encourage you to think about, where are you in relation to the, Museum of Ice Cream or something like that, is not to say your project is the Museum of Ice Cream, but to, almost pedagogically encourage you to try to think about this, the work that you've done in ethical terms, so that it can participate in the contemporary conversation.
Once again, I have a feeling that your premise could have remained a secret. We didn't have to know that your process involved actually making a cake and decorating it and so forth in order to create a form language which you would find appropriate for that place and space. So if you look at it, if you look at it as a purely abstract exercise in marshaling a certain kind of materiality as a design tool, and I commend you for that, analog and the use of whipped cream, et cetera, et cetera. But the next step after that is to make a reality of it. and represent that reality as best you can. And so to me, the discussion about is this pleasurable or not pleasurable, is this a museum or not a museum, is kind of a Trojan horse. The fact of the object which you've made and said is appropriate on the site of Angel5 is an entirely different discussion. And that's the one where I think as an architect, you would want to focus your energy as opposed to a process which is unique and intoxicating and wonderful. And we all like the idea that you were brave enough to go there. But then the next step is the one where I find the most exciting potential of your program.
I want to make a different comment in total agreement with what was just said. There's another way to read the process early on, because it just strikes me in this moment, like to dwell in the moment, that the cake baking is like a version of the sourdough bread making. And so that the whole notion of the process is like somehow the event, like the event could, it could be the realization on that site and what people do there. But I also think there's another reading of this project that somehow stays in the kitchen, documents its processes, works with available means, like that, as we've talked, we all are cooking more, and that somehow there's a kind of parallelism between the act of creation as a certain kind of small scale interactive thing and a potential public that would be made aware of it by, whatever platform you'd care to make it available. I don't know. It's not fully thought. I mean, an architectural thesis has a duty to point to building, but I also just think it's parallel as a form of cultural production today, might be less as an artist and less as an architect and more as like one of millions who are in parallel, making stuff with available means, trying to fulfill creative urges. Yeah.
I'd like to pass the mic back to Florencia and Joy for maybe a final comment. And then we'll take a small break again before going to the next student.
So before Joy says goodbye and thank you, I just wanted to say, it was a great review. I like this from Zoom. Somehow there's a focus. Thank you, Anna, for bringing us back to the grid. I have too many notes, Joy. I'll share them with you. Well, you don't see. But I just wanted to point it out to some of them to recap. I understand Sylvia's point on the Instagram, but I begin with the first note is Sylvia saying, what's the role of Instagram, ending with what's ethical. So then that is an oxymoron, like is Instagram ethical? I don't know, I leave it as a question. What are the ethics of Instagram? Why we're so obsessed with that? I think that the issue of food as international, I think, Joy, maybe that was a great point to the central market, the downtown LA as a city invented by immigrants and so on. So I think that, that notion, I think, is great. I think the obsession of John to go back to you work in your kitchen. Joy always, now she has a background, but always we could see her kitchen. It's almost like, before it was tired, now it was like this kitchen background. And then like she would give me a tour from the kitchen to the table to the balcony, because she also worked in the balcony, by the way, so it's more than the kitchen, I have to say. So I think all those constraints, made the small world, almost as if it's a small world. I love, so Craig, your comment on Charles Moore Alpine Village in Bunker Hill. That is like, that's a site. That's insane. They wanted to raise Bunker Hill to zero because, just dynamite Bunker Hill. So there's so many iterations of what could happen in that kind of the drama of the hill to what it is right now, which is Frangetti land. So you have from Alpine line to Frangetti line, Frangetti land, Franghetti's village. I think that's what it is now. He just finished the Colburn also project. So everything taken over by him. To Anna's point of what you eat, you can eat outdoors, you know, so it's a parking lot. It's a kind of elevated parking lot. I think we should, Eric, you know, I think didn't we have a conversation in midterm review that maybe Joy could make it out of sugar, and then sugar will be one day and then it will melt away in downtown. You know, something about the kind of literal and yet, you know, short-lived project. Nikki, the Sunfall, I don't know, Eric, did you say that? Please no. And again, to this, you know, this is about Mattia and semiotics, so it's beyond whether she can build it or not. I wanted to say that when she made a cake, she made the layers vertical. So it was something about rethinking baking in an architectural manner. Anyway, I just wanted to add those points. Thank you, everybody. It was a great review. And, you know, to you, Joy.
Thank you, everyone. I just wanted to last comments. I really enjoyed the conversation around some things that I just wasn't seeing, and I do hope to push this this thinking forward as I move on, as I graduate. And yeah, I just really appreciate everyone's attentiveness and thoughtfulness.
Thank you. Thank you, Joy.
Thank you.
So let's take 2 minutes. 11:50 is when we should come back. Not much time, but at least a stretch. And then Rob will join us with his presentation. Rob, how are you?
I'm good. I've been really enjoying the conversation so far.
Perfect.
Excited and nervous.
Everybody's warmed up, so
yeah.
Same. I'm excited. It's gonna be great.
You can be nervous too.
Okay, thank you.
Hey, Pippo.
Hi.
Hi.
How are you?
Nice to see you. Where are you?
I'm in my home, my house on the East Coast, Adriatic coast.
Lucky. Very nice.
But we are, I mean, I'm starting school in presence. I've been going to the museum for 3 months now, so we're moving somehow, but we are scared also, so we'll see. How are you?
Oh, very, very well. I, like you, have been eating my way through this whole pandemic.
Yeah, of course.
Because Ming is such a fantastic cook.
I'm sure. I'm sure.
So she takes this as an opportunity to experiment on me with all kinds of wonderful concoctions.
Quite a lucky condition.
Adventure. It's an adventure. It's great.
But it's nice to see you.
Nice to see you too.
We look forward to be able to see each other in person.
But it's pretty amazing, isn't it? I mean, this is one of the better things to come out of all of this disruption.
Yeah.
That suddenly it's as though you were in the next room.
Well, as for even in the school, I mean, of course, there was a lot of things missing, but the difference between online reviews and physical reviews in crits in school is that every student is listening to the other students' work.
Yes, exactly.
It didn't happen before in my case.
Yeah.
That was good.
So I think we'll want to maintain some of these revelations as we move forward. Yeah, for sure.
Somehow, yes. But I'm not a very good cook, so I'm happy I was alone. I didn't have to ruin anybody's taste. I mean.
Been reluctant even to go out to a restaurant. We still have not done that. So,
well, in Italy, I mean, now if I to book a restaurant in my area in this month, it's been impossible. Everybody is in vacation. Everybody wants to go out. Everybody is in holidays, to the beach, to the mountains. It's the post-pandemic euphoria, I would say.
Well, that's quite wonderful.
It's not away, so it's dangerous.
Yeah. Well, we're still waiting for that to happen.
I know. I speak to Maristella very often, so I have and to Greg.
Anna, how's it been remotely teaching in the thesis? Has it been more intimate, more of an intense dialogue? Would you say?
Well, I don't know. I love people. I love being with people. So for me, I'm very traditional. It's been a challenge, I have to say.
I'm sure.
But in terms of the students working, I feel like they've just done a tremendous job this summer, and their work hasn't changed one bit. So that has been incredible. I don't know if it has to do with the fact that Thesis is already a kind of very personal and individual project. So the studio setting within your kitchen or within your home, it works for Thesis. When it comes to introductory studios, I think that's much more difficult to set up. The kind of design culture and studio culture, it needs the beehive somehow to work. So we'll see how the next semester goes.
The fit with Thesis, I was feeling the same thing.
Mm-hmm.
I think if any of us recall our work on Thesis, it had less to do with the interaction with the class generally and just with our mentor, rather than the beehive, as you say.
Hey, Craig, you know that piece I've been threatening to beg from you for the Hernan's LA book about driving through LA? The time is coming. We've got the first pieces in for the book, and so we'll be coming to beg you and Ming to break out the Tesla and the Alfa Romeo and go drive the city.
Oh.
I think it's good. We'll send you some of the preliminary pieces that are coming in from others, and you can see kind of the direction it's starting to go, but I think it's going to be a lot of fun. And so we're excited to kind of get you guys in the car and talking and just record everything. Yeah, you're muted.
I'm opening my mic again, and I'd like to welcome everybody back and to introduce Rob SIPCHEN, our next presenter. Hi, Rob.
Take it away. Okay. Hello, everyone. I'm Rob. Thank you for being here. If you'll permit me just a few clicks, I'll get you into my presentation. Okay, so the title of my thesis is called Grind and Resurface. And I've divided this presentation into 4 parts, but they are all very much interrelated. This is mostly just a way for you to orient yourself through the timeline and just have a sense of how much longer is left in the presentation. So I'd like to start with the first section, Back of the Head, which will serve as an introduction and a way of walking you into later stages of the project. My proposal is a dance institution and gardens that is more like a pattern of infrastructure of amenities and performance spaces that line existing surfaces in Los Angeles. And it comes from something that I found very inspirational in looking at some very lightweight interventions in our environment. And it really got me thinking about ways to focus on other things or focus on a different scale as architects. This project is rooted in a fascination that I had with the way that big iconic buildings came into our city. So you can see here, this is the backside of the Walt Disney Concert Hall. And there's something very strange where you can still see that it's that building, but then you also have the parking structure that's below it. And on the street, it's something that is much more of a presence in the city as you're walking by it. I compare this to something like looking at the back of somebody's head in these portraits that are very beautiful. They show you what it is, and there's still this sense of strangeness there. And you can't really know exactly what's going on. And it's just something so familiar and yet alien at the same time. And then to return to Los Angeles, there's many other examples of big iconic buildings. One of my favorites is this valley that's created between the Raymond C. Cortine School of Visual and Performing Arts by Coop Himmelblau. And then on the other side, you have the Cathedral of Our Lady of Angels by Rafael Moneo, with the 101 freeway passing through and creating this sort of strange surface and landscape that I've always found to be a really fascinating thing. But I've also started to reconsider the type of big buildings that we look at as architects and as places that we might make an intervention through our work. And that brought me to big buildings like the Twin Towers Correctional Facility, the C. Irwin Piper Technical Center, and then a block of bail bond buildings that act as a support or infrastructural network that is on the back end of those 2 other larger institutions. And together they all form this district that has been part of my interest for a very long time, and a place that I've been trying to figure out a way to work with in a very lightweight and a very infrastructural way to maybe change some of the patterns of behavior that are occurring here. And so one of my first steps was to get on the ground and document these places and look at the backsides of, here these videos are showing the backsides of the bail bond buildings. You can see a berm there as it connects to the Amtrak and Metro lines that are above. And really looking at these places as something that you can document and get very familiar with, and then start to re-represent as models that are like here. This is the backside of the Twin Towers Correctional Facility. This is the backside of the Irwin C. Piper Technical Center. You have a bail bond building here, a wall that leads back to the train tracks beyond, and a berm. And it produces a new way for me of looking at these places and a new ground to start thinking of what I might do to work in this area and to work with the things that are here. And so part of that is the process of making models like this. And so it does involve being on the ground and documenting these places very carefully in person to produce a model that you then interface with a CNC mill, and you specify certain drill bits to get the level of detail that you would want to represent or render these surfaces. And then finally, you have the mill run through its process of grinding down a blank material, and you're left with something like this that can then be reassembled and continue to be worked on as your site. Which brings me to this next section, dashed lines and thickening. So to return to maybe the top-down view of what I'm trying to do, a very initial figure ground diagram would be to say that this is like a dashed line of infrastructure that is then thickening the backsides of these surfaces. And if you were to refine this dashed line a little more and take into account some of the things that are actually there and the streets, you'd have a line that then begins to look something like this. And since they are projects that are very much of the street and something that is infrastructural, another way of drawing these lines would be to co-opt the style of a Los Angeles City engineering document or a substructure GIS map and produce a document like this with callouts and indications of where plants might go, of where you might change the surface, where you would connect showers to existing water lines. And so you have this line becomes this line becomes these lines. And attached to these are specifications of notes of how close you can get to these interventions that you might be looking at and the scale of the things that you might be doing as a way to change or mutate the DNA of working with our streets and our surfaces in the built environment. And I just love this note section because it does get down to these very strange callouts and just fascinating ways of working with surfaces. So existing asphalt concrete shall be ground down to 1.5 inches or 1/2 the existing pavement thickness, whichever is less to TCAP limits. And it's from that section that I draw the title of my surface or my thesis, Grind and Resurface, just as a way of looking at things and a way of working that I think is very important for us. And so to zoom in on these documents a little further, when you redraw it, you can then set your own parameters for going back to these models and creating something that visualizes what I have in mind for creating this back-ended infrastructural network of support. And so you have these hatched areas where plants might go, and another hatch where you have the resurfacing or a material change for performance spaces. You have dashed lines that show where the existing water mains are. You have callouts for clearances for moving through the space. And you have indications of picking up on existing things like a fire hydrant symbol and then adding a new symbol for where you might place a shower with its drainage that connects to existing gutters in the street. Which brings me to the next stage of material change and illustrating what that might be for a project like this. And so these are just very close-up images of an intervention that I put onto these models where it picks up on the lines of the street and delineates where you might pause and change your performance or change your interaction with these spaces. And then again, to continue with working with the model and adding in layers of the infrastructure and layers of the gardens and the water, you begin to go back to the model and go back to a careful way of making. So you measure things out as you mask out where you're going to lay down the material change that then becomes a pattern in itself and repeats itself across these various surfaces, bringing them together in a related way. And then you have the application of the new material. And then you go back to little details, like a very simple way of creating showers where you pick up on existing geometries like a pedestrian signal change pole, putting it together, painting it a certain color, indicating where drainage might be, and then creating these tentacles of resin pots for plants that are made from paper or corrugated cardboard, painted in specific layers of green and brown, added onto the model again to start defining this thickening, this dashed line of infrastructure. You can see it from different angles where you might catch some of the performance of somebody showering in this space. But then I'd like to finalize the project with bringing it back to the view from the street and present to you just some simple pans of myself dancing in this space. And I'd like you to keep in mind that these are placeholders for what I'd hope to be much more skillful and beautiful representations of using this space. But here you have the backside of the Twin Towers Correctional Facility again. The backside of the Erwin C. Piper Technical Center. And I'd like to use these images as a way of showing the lightness of the intervention here as an infrastructural thing that then, as it comes up against these existing surfaces, produces maybe a tension, maybe a better outcome of use and a way of approaching these spaces and using these spaces. And the scale of intervention that I'm interested in and the scale of carefulness that you might use in our tool set as architects to create a project. And so just as we go through these final images and videos, I'd like to thank you, Anna, and I'll play this last image of me assembling the model in this space and turn it back to you guys as I look forward to your comments. If you go to this website, you can see the videos as they scroll through. And I'll also share a link to my presentation so you can look at the images in more detail if you'd like. Thank you very much.
Could you help me with one thing? And I really apologize. I have Zoom brain after this many presentations. So I got a little bit, I don't know, I lost track of how your interest in the aesthetics of urban administration downtown relates to the project at the end. I mean, I understand that there's this fine grained attention to detail and so forth, but that whole bureaucratic universe, were you showing it to us purely for its sort of aesthetic qualities, or is there something about your project that also deals with managerial code specification things and so forth? So would you also produce documents, and if so, what would they tell us about?
Yeah, so I think as a front way, it is the aesthetics of these places, but I think they're tied into the aesthetics of the management of these places as well. So if you have a bureaucratic entity that's producing this strange aesthetic real world surface, as a place that I think is important to pay attention to, I think you're also tying that to paying attention to the bureaucratic back end of documentation, specifications, rules, ways of producing things that are attached to those spaces. So yes, it would be producing documents of very fine grain of how to get in, attach these layers of infrastructure in these areas as a way of interfacing both aesthetically and bureaucratically in a project.
Yeah, but the question would be, are you abusing the regulation from within, or you want to subvert the regulations?
I'm sorry, could you repeat the first part of the question?
Are you abusing the regulations? I mean, using them against their own sense, or you want to modify and to go against them totally?
I don't want to go against them. I think the term would be to mutate them.
Okay.
So there's power in that structure that already exists and an opportunity to go into them and change them that might have a much larger outcome.
Quite interesting.
But I would just like to press you on this a little bit, because your presentation is so carefully done. You're so attentive to all of these details and so forth, that I encourage you not to consider the project quite finished until you produce your own document, because you know, it's all very well to tell us that you will, but actually you didn't, and therefore you didn't confront the relationship between the aesthetics of administration and the power effects of administration that would start to emerge when you really start administering. Like, what is it that you're administering? And I think it would be important to do that. And then I think it would also be important to let us know what happens to the documents once you are, you know, putting in new kinds of data, because otherwise we're lost in just another kind of historicism. Like, actually, I don't want to go back to 19th century systems of bookkeeping and documentation. You know, now when you think about, I don't know, the way documentation works today with you know, everybody uploading their own information and, you know, did you take your temperature today? And are you telling the truth or did you not tell the truth? I mean, these things that have a kind of logic of facticity have also become now fluid in a certain way. And I would be, you know, you're clearly very interested in this. And I would think of that as an important task, you know, and just because we're beating this to a dead horse now, we might as well add to it. You know, some people are cooking at home and other people are doing plant porn, you know, massive amounts of plant porn all over the internet, and how big is yours, and, you know, all this kind of stuff. And here you have all these plants, and you know, there's a lot of discussion about plant life in public and should it be food, and, you know, yours are all cactuses, and cactuses in public are complicated, they're prickly, they're you know, they're not allowed because for all kinds of reasons. There is a deep bureaucracy to the urban forests, let's say. And so I think it would be interesting to try to, you know, do what you said and take that next step.
Yeah, I absolutely accept that as a very pointed and valid criticism or suggestion even. But yes, I totally agree. And to that point, I think for maybe the purposes of visual diagram, that's why there's the cactus, succulent, and palms. But in the process, I've definitely been thinking about these spaces as an opportunity for edible plants. And that is a very complicated thing to put on the street. Just in terms of like exposure to pollutants and everything else in the care, that is a whole set of documents that I think would be absolutely fascinating to produce and to think through. But I do want to let you know that thinking is there. It's just the next step that would be involved in the project.
Robert, I wanted to ask a question because I'm a little bit confused, I guess, maybe by your starting point. So you started with references of sort of Shaka Khan music video, you know, sort of hairstyles, you know, back of head that was, you know, specific to African-American, Latinx, European hairstyles, and sort of kind of issues of identity and culture in there. And then you reference sort of your interest in the Twin Towers and sort of adjacent sites, which are, you know, disproportionately populated by African-American and Latinx people here. But when it sort of makes its sort of final translation into, you know, the built environment, it kind of loses those original sort of cultural precedents that you started with. And, you know, I made a note to myself while you were talking. I was thinking about sort of, you know, this thickening of space as an opportunity for expressing cultural identity for those people that don't have their own land ownership, sort of as a generalization, let's say. You know, you're not creating an Alpine village in a German immigrant community. So, in this sort of the specifics of this location, I'm not quite sure how you were intending to translate those earlier precedents into sort of the final built form, and sort of what the fascination of the site was that drove that.
Yeah, absolutely a valid point. I think, I absolutely can't say that I have any experience or ability to speak to cultural movement or cultural spaces in that way. I use those references as a point of inspiration and as something that I look at in the way that people are moving in those spaces, especially with Ayadel Cassel, her tap performances, where all that's really required is, a 4 foot by 4 foot square space to tap dance in, as a way of engaging space and a way of moving in that space. And it's a place that I can use as a point of reference and a point of design of the amount of space that's needed to do something in that area specifically for dance, and specifically something like material change in that area, in the way that it's done so well already, and looking at ways that it might be expanded upon.
Yeah, I mean, I would encourage you to sort of look at sort of the tradition of dance in the African and Afro-Caribbean culture as a method for storytelling, as a method for communicating culture, all those things that can then be translated into a sort of public urban infrastructure as a way of sort of, bringing in, empowering a space that currently doesn't have any identity. Right. To it may be an interesting sort of pathway to think about.
Yeah. Well, last week there was a performance by, or it was hosted by the LA Contemporary Institute, or the Institute of Contemporary Art, Los Angeles, where it was a interface between inmates in a Northern California correctional facility and dance choreographers here in LA, and written instructions from these inmates who were not allowed to perform anymore, as something that then gets extended out of these walls into, in this case, it was the inside of the Institute. But I felt that there was a very powerful interaction between things that are already going on now in a way of communicating a condition inside the prison to something outside of the prison. And so, like, these spaces, I think, are very much related to the conditions that they're coming up against. I hope that is something that is evident.
Yeah, I think it'd be great to just sort of see that sort of translate into the built form and the landscape, elements that you arrived at.
I think to echo Lance's point, I'm curious as to the sites you've chosen, them being on the back sides of these buildings, if they're intended to be spaces for performance and dance. The images you showed or the recordings you took of those spaces don't look like they're spaces that are like frequented often. So my question is, like, in these performance spaces, or given where you've placed them, like, who is the intended audience?
Yeah. So I think about, especially with the bail bond buildings, you have a flow of people entering and exiting a carceral system. And you, by just the very fact that these bail bond spaces are there, you have people coming in and out. And so I think of these spaces as things that then come onto those existing surfaces and interface with those existing flows, and hopefully would be a way of slowing them down and changing the direction of that flow. So if you have a family that's going to a bail bond building anyway, you might have a space that's right there where you branch off and you spend some time in interaction with these spaces and doing something that's different from paying exorbitant amount of money to get a family member out of jail.
It seems to me that your sort of pursuit of this neglects the prompts that it might take to get people to behave in the way that you would like them to. In other words, there's you have festooned the spaces with cosmetic arrangements. But what is the prompt that gets somebody to feel free enough to dance as you did in that space?
I think that's a good point. Is I can design these spaces, but there's no way of me saying like you have to use them in the way that I have. I think that in some senses, like saying that there's a power in a material change, I think about the way that maybe paint on a sidewalk or a curb is something that is a preventative or a way of delineating where you can't park or how you move your car, or how paint on the sidewalk is something that tells you how you might move or feel comfortable crossing a street. Something like changing the hardness or the concrete of these spaces through the application of dirt or the increased accumulation of plants as screens or as green space or as cooling space is what that is intended to do. So it opens up the opportunity to perform in those spaces, but it doesn't say that, you know, just because it's there, it's going to have to be used in that way.
A question, you know, in relationship to this, I was very curious when I was looking through your link on the website. You know, you didn't have any text, you just had models. It seems like this has come a long way since you made those models. And I was watching your video, so all I had is your verbal presentation and your 5 words, and dirt was one of those before this. So it all makes a lot of sense. You know, first of all, again, you know, just have to commend the sort of fastidiousness of your model making, and your drawing are really, really surgical and precise and highly crafted. So they're very inspiring. The question maybe that arises, you know, and maybe there's irony in this, or maybe I'm misreading it, but it seems like the process by which you went and meticulously documented or surveyed those spaces, your back of the infrastructure spaces, required a certain attention to detail, but then they were kind of whitewashed with this sort of monolithic milled pieces. So in a certain sense, you have stripped them all the way down from all the stuff that you are trying to raise to a higher aesthetic purpose, right, of dirt and grime, and your pictures of spray painted graffiti in a pool with growth and all of these things that you had in the beginning. It seems that you, in order to celebrate those aspects, and in a certain way, it seems like you want to come in with a light hand, sort of minimum means maximum effect. But it seems like you have to whitewash it and make the model completely a cast almost of itself, like a Rachel Whiteread sort of project that then becomes a blank palette that you redistribute all of these other kind of, let's say, components, textures, all of these things that accrue in that environment already, right? So you're recalibrating them and writing so precisely the way you mask out and refine dirt and refine all of these infrastructures and everything. It's interesting. It seems like they're already there, and you have to whitewash them first, and then to come back and redistribute them in a, you know, a very mannered and surgical way. And it seems conflictual to me.
I never considered the mill to be a whitewashing of like the graffiti or the dirt or the grime that's there. Because I think in a way, like those surfaces all accumulate that like material quality as maybe a general like category of the way that it exists. That makes sense. So if I were to paint the mill from its raw material, then I would think that that would be trying to change it from what it is. But at least for me, the way that the mill operates, where it leaves marks and it has all these imperfections in it that I just left as it was. So there's dirt on those mills, there's grime, there's texture. For me, that was a way of replicating the existing condition, or at least mirroring that existing condition without like completely going through a one-to-one re-representation of it, if that makes sense.
I wanted to kind of push back on the idea of it being light-handed. I think it's actually kind of heavy-handed because you kind of took the public works sort of methodology. And if you look at, the Gangster Garden, example, light-handed is doing, whatever you want to without getting a permit and without getting permission to do something. And to, sort of occupy a space, filming a music video, in a, abandoned parking lot or yard or wherever that is sort of light-handed because you just go do it. Versus sort of having sort of more precision drawings and, in I don't know if this is intentional or not, but in a way, it sort of seems like the end result of the project is what would happen if you turn that over to the Bureau of Engineering and said, here's what can I do out here versus just doing a space for performance out there.
Well, to maybe a couple points, I think that in order to film in those spaces, there's permitting and processes that are behind those productions. I guess I'm disappointed to hear that it looks like something that a bureaucracy would have produced. That wasn't my intention, but my point in general is that you do have to interface with these things that exist that are already regulating the street. And so I think it's important to know what you have to deal with in order to get in there and have something that has lasting effect or allows you to come in and grind down a surface and repurpose it for a long-term thing.
It would have been super.
I wonder whether it would be helpful for you to have pushback on my comment about the document as I'm listening to all of these thoughtful comments provoked by your project. And because I wonder whether the models are the documents, whether you could have developed a discourse about the models themselves or using the surface of the city as a site of inscription and therefore as a site of a kind of documentation. Because I think one of the most interesting tensions in the way that you're describing the project is between, on the one hand, the superdisciplinary nature of urban signage that happens on these surfaces, go here, park there, but these are signs that most people who are in that part of the city know how to read. And then you're in tension with another discourse that you don't develop fully, but it's something about materials. You change from this material to that material. And the way you say that suggests something like essentializing about that it's not disciplinary, but that everybody can feel the difference between rough and soft, or something weirdly universalizing, which is also troubling, and this space of between legislation, the bureaucracy of legislation and discipline that is represented by the high degree of abstraction and detail of your models and the flatness of it all on the one hand, and on the other hand, a kind of animal, the animal side of things, animal, plants, beings, materials. There is a kind of somewhere in there, like a halfway between these two worlds that we might think of as a new form of document, not document only in the bureaucratic sense, but in the thing that shows. A document is a thing that demonstrates by a kind of visual performance. So I don't know whether that's helpful. I think everybody is sensing a tension. And I think I'm thinking maybe rather than trying to resolve it, there might be a way to think that that tension is the site of the project between bureaucracy and something else. And that there might be a way to exploit it, not by producing the bureaucrat, what the comment that was just made, like what would happen if you gave this over to city planners and so forth, but maybe a slightly different way of the same question, but with a different swerve, which is, what if this was a kind of document? And if you gave this to city planners, what the hell would they make of it? You know, it's got forms of abstraction that probably don't fit into regular city planning bureaucracies. What file would it go in? You know, I mean, it could be very troubling, but I think you would have to present it that way and give that some agency, if it's of interest. I don't know.
This is the beauty and the potential of this project, I think. I mean, the beauty of urban regulations is that they forget to forbid a lot of things. There are a lot of things they don't foresee. So the regulations have spaces you can navigate to do things they wouldn't expect you to do. So, I mean, a project like this would be a beautiful tool to stress the regulations, to do things the regulation forgot to forbid, and to redefine the space through these things. Dance is important. Street is the nest of public life. The backside of the buildings also is a very interesting device. I think he has all the ingredients. I think it's not about, I agree with Sylvia, it's not about writing a new set of rules. I think it's about stressing the existing rules through human and non-human activity on the site.
I would want to reinforce that a bit, but swerve, because I think he's sort of teased us with the idea that the regulations are very meticulous in their prescriptions, and that the regulations really form the background for the urban environment that we see today. And I think it would have been very, very interesting to see a set of regulations which encourage the kind of activity or physical manifestations that he was showing us, and that what he was showing us would be simply an example of those regulations applied to this particular situation. But it would be really exciting to have a set of regulations, generic in nature, that could be applied to these neglected areas of the urban environment as a matter of course, as a matter of law. And I think that was the basic implication in his first step as he began to reveal that to us.
I want to come back to Pippo's beautiful comment. What did the regulators forget to forbid? It's very nicely put. And I think that the conversation today was quite amazing, Rob, because really everybody saw the project and understood the relationships that you were trying to build between the kind of bureaucratic entities and also your own perhaps methodologies of production. And so the two scales, the urban and the model scale, they somehow meet and maybe produce a kind of anticipation of the architectural scale. And I thought that was quite nicely put. And I want to just thank you so much for working on topics this summer. And it's not just you, but I think there are others in our group who have taken on the questions of contemporaneity that Sylvia has already kind of alluded to at an earlier time, that have to do not only with the contemporaneity of, let's say, technology or disciplinarity, but also with the kind of political ambitions that we are all aiming for as well as architects. A kind of ethical turn, I think, of the summer's thesis projects is something that has been galvanized by students like you and by discussions within our groups. So I think that your attempt to completely rewrite the back of house infrastructure for the Los Angeles jail would have a tremendous change, would bring tremendous change to the families involved and for those who are coming in and out of these buildings, so that the bail bond shops would be replaced by cactus gardens and somehow produce spaces for families, produce a different landscape, and even a different temperature change. So I think these are things that are maybe hard to capture in like a milled model, but these are things that we can at least kind of imagine, and we can kind of have this discussion for the reason that you have also so carefully drawn it and specified these things. So thank you so much, Rob.
Thank you, Anna. Just in general, this has been an incredible semester and your support has been invaluable. I just really appreciate it. So thank you.
Thank you, Rob.
Thank you everyone else as well for your comments. It's so insightful, so on point and critical that it really has like given me a lot to think about, to confront in the future, and I just really appreciate it. So thank you.
Great job, Rob.
Thank you. I'm not going to let anybody go because I want to make sure that we stay on time. So no break between Rob and Vincent, and I hope that's okay. Vincent, how are you?
Hi, everyone. I'm doing well.
Great. I'm passing the mic to you, so the screen is yours.
Yes. Okay. Hi, my name is Vincent Young. I'm an MArch 1 student. My presentation will be in 3 parts. I will first start with a video, then I will move to a brief slideshow, and then I'm going to end up at my kitchen table with my model. Before I begin, I want to give a shout out to the list of people that helped make this thesis possible for me this summer. I'm just going to name them: Camille Tai, Elaine Chan, Michael Serwanka, Sabrina Yoon, Sky Tranquil, Tom New, and Yuan Wang. Thank you so much for your help. So now I'm going to share my video.
This project is titled Walk This Way. To look at high-resolution images of the project, you can go to architecturethesis.com, where you can play and interact with all the images and create your own collages. Walk This Way proposes a new community center in the suburbs of Rosemead, California. The site is set for redevelopment by the city and is currently a large parking lot along Garvey Avenue and San Gabriel Boulevard. Let's go there now. We have a reporter live on site.
Yes, I'm here at the site in sunny suburb of Rosemead, California. It is hot today with temperatures rising above 108 degrees Fahrenheit this weekend. But behind me is the site of the thesis. Currently, it's an ex-LA auto auction site. If we want to take a look, come closer. There's some piles of dirt. There's a palm tree. There's a traffic cone. And of course, set with the backdrop of the San Gabriel Mountains. Now this site, along with a couple other sites along Garvey Avenue, is set to be redeveloped by the city. Their action plans include increasing park space, so recreation space for the community, as well as introducing more youth programming. And finally, the expansion of Splash Zone, the local water park in the community. Back to you, Vincent.
Could you speak about the community of Rosemead and why this site is important?
Yes, this thesis brings attention to the suburb of Rosemead, California, where the current demographic is 90% Asian and Latinx single-family households. This community is important because it is a gateway city for immigrants to move to this country in search of the American dream. This is a seam between countries and diasporas to claim ground in America. Although the suburbs have typically been about white comfort, this POC suburb challenges the identity and realities of what the suburban American landscape is today. It's important to recognize the layers of history that are on this site. This land belongs to the Quiche indigenous tribe. In the 18th century, the Spanish colonial projects extracted from the land using the Alhambra Wash and the LA River that ran through the site. But what do we have today? A largely uncomfortable, unshaded, and empty site. By choosing a generic site like this one, we can begin the discussion of what we need in these spaces and how we can build community that shares this ground. Back to you, Vincent.
Hello, I am currently behind the scenes of my quarantine thesis studio. As you can see behind me and on top of me are the fragments I've been working on this summer. It is an edited sample of the mess I've been working through. What is missing are the valuable conversations I've had, which have produced meaning to my work during this time of isolation. The techniques of printing, scanning, and layering has been helpful to begin a discussion with the ground. Layering of paper, fabric, and crayon produced a diverse set of fragments that I could begin to stitch together as a community of things that shared a common ground. The seams of the material became an important consideration. These are represented in the three working models. The edge treatment of the 2-ply cream museum board folding over the photo matte paper, the thickening of Crayola crayon on the SCI-Arc issued white MDF pedestal top, to the type of stitch between patterns of utility fabric. These were all ways to show care and attention for the material I was working on. The content of these fragments are ways to consider the different scopes of community. Content of these drawings included annotating synchronized swimmers in water, the landscape of the site within the suburb of Rosemead, and programs of interest outlined by the city, like the public pool. These techniques were overlaid together to produce a collaged plan where I could begin working at an architectural scale. Now let's go back to the main working space of my kitchen to continue this presentation.
Hi, so now we're back in my kitchen and my working space, this quarantine thesis. What we're looking at now is the collage drawing being brought into an architectural scale. Can you guys see this? I'm not sure if I'm sharing this correctly. Okay. What we have here, so north is oriented up with Garvey Avenue, the main street running along the bottom. The community center is made up of a set of 3 buildings of a similar size. On the left is the parking. On the right is the library. And then in the center is the roof. The roof becomes the space where people can come together. By providing shade, a sense of security, and bathrooms, what could exist under the roof could be the daily after-school youth programs, the bi-weekly Rosemead Farmers Market, or even an annual municipal polling place for the city. This is an early sketch of the circulation paths. With the 3 buildings pulled down to the roadside, we have the possibilities of the voids between the buildings or the seams be the circulation into the site. They also act as filters as you move of sound as you move to the back of the site, where there's the lap pool, dive tank, the splash zone, and the playground. And it sits next to the suburban homes on the other side. The roof, of course, acts as a horizontal circulation, bringing people in from the parking to the library. So since the ground mediates what is above and below, there are different ground preparations for this community center. For example, the splash zone would need to be voided out and water infrastructure added in. For these set of buildings, there would need to be a pouring of foundation. And then finally, for the rest of the site, it could be a soft layering of existing pavement or surface treatments of that pavement. I was thinking actually yesterday, the way that I would drink crayon, it could also be chalk, like a large chalk drawing on the pavement. So keeping the sum of the site as the pavement and not needing to kind of remove everything. So we have here are different ways of showing the paths of movement of the site. So here are the paths of possible waste removal, or the seasonal circulation of fences and barriers when the pools close in the winter, the arrival of by car, and finally, movement through by foot. The community center argues that community is a set of relationships that cannot be contained by a building or a program. It is a collection of parts that come together and share a common ground. By considering large things like pools, parking, library, medium things like shelter, lighting, and shading devices, and smaller things like storage lockers or garbage disposal, we can address possibilities of communal care and comfort. So now let's move to my kitchen site model where I've been working through. You can see this. So these are the three buildings. This is the parking. Let me just take that off. And then this is the library. And I can show you guys with the phone the different ways. So right now you're looking through the roof. This would be along Garvey Avenue. The library space inside, and then as well, moving to the back, the lap pool dive tank, and then the splash zone. I'm gonna pop this on. So to propose a community center in what seemingly is today a generic suburban parking lot of Rosemead is to consider the ways we can build community. This thesis aims to care and comfort the bodies which share the same ground. Through this care and building with different styles, many grounds, through embracing its seams of the collage and intersectionalities of its bodies, we destabilize the process and the need to assimilate into this country. It is a site for collective action, not Americanization. It is a town hall, a gathering place for a family potluck, and a pool to float in. So walk this way. Thank you.
Thank you, Vincent. I wanted to ask you if you'd like to stay in the world of your images or if you'd like us to come back into the grid of our faces.
I think we can stay on the images for a minute and 2 minutes,
okay,
and then I'll end the share after the 2 minutes.
Perfect.
Could you put on the screen some image that you think of as emblematic because there are many windows and they're shifting around and you've gone in and out and there are a lot of pieces to try to put together. So I think it would help focus the discussion if you gave us your quote centerpiece.
Sure. I think we can focus on
the collage.
The collage. Okay.
No, that's collage.
I can show my site plan. Would that be helpful?
Just to be clear, I'm not really asking for help. I'm asking for you to establish a hierarchy for us because you raised a lot of different issues and it all flattened out a little bit at towards the end. And so I would like your sense of the hierarchy of your project.
Yeah, I think that this collage is what I would say is where my project is the furthest and where I feel it has most representative of what I want to say.
You know, one of the most amazing things about this entire jury, I don't know whether the others agree with me, but in the absence of the studio culture where each of you has been forced onto your own resources and stretching your creative process into areas which are not typical pedagogical areas for the instruction of architecture, it's yielded remarkable results. So I just think in terms of the process of design, this is exemplary.
Thank you.
Can you talk a little bit about the material? Yeah, I don't know how to follow up that comment. That's a very gracious comment. The image you have before us is this roof structure where there's all sorts of activities take place, but you gave a kind of poignantly precise description of the model building materials, which now come into play in the form of the building as we see it. I'm just trying to understand. I'm curious about that. Like, why so precise? Why inflate those scales? It's all very interesting. And then I'm trying to understand in this articulation of this community and this community's needs and its community's histories and its particularities in the city, like, what is the precise mechanism of the enactment of the good intentions as the architect? There could be many, there could be none. Is it in the inflation of the materialities? Is it in the collage nature? Is it in the description, the descriptive preamble? You know what I mean? Like, it's a nice project. I'm just trying to think forward, like the sort of takeaway for you and for us is like, where does, for lack of a better term, expertise lie, or the particular expertise of community enactment? Where is that located?
Yeah, so I think that it exists in these discussions that we're having right now, by being able to talk about this project as the ways of how to build a roof that could produce shade. I think that this entire process, this thesis, the good intention has only been me saying that it's good intention. But what the tools I have to actually show it would be suggesting a roof that would provide shade to the community. Choosing the materials that I could use to make it a little of a cooler surface. The good intentions are only believed if I can have a conversation with that person, or the conversations I could have this summer during this thesis. I think that I've struggled with showing how I care, how we show care, how we show comfort. You know, like these diagrams doesn't do justice to the good intentions we have, right? However, I think that by showing how a folded paper or things that suggest shade is enough to begin a conversation of comfort or good intention at the site. I don't know if that answers your question, but that's something I've been struggling with as well.
I wonder whether, so this project and actually a couple of the others. So I think this comment is maybe a little directed to Anya, maybe more than you, but I'm asking you to help me, understand all that. I suppose the relationship between representation, particularly as model, and say the theater of political action, because I think that we step from one to the other, and the space between them is very elusively defined. So somehow the model is being presented as a little bit more real and material than drawing. So the models are really doing a lot of work here. And there's a lot of self-consciousness and self-reflexiveness on the models. But it's almost as though we're then also invited to accept the models as real and not metaphorical. And in your case, I think it's very challenging because the model is doing a lot of the work that you want your politics to do. So the model is made in a certain way, and so the model is collage, so it's not assimilationist. It folds into various ways so that it's not privileging the roof, the wall, the ground. So it's really trying to perform all of these things and is very self-conscious about that. And yet it remains a model and therefore a kind of metaphor for these other things. And so I'm not trying to say this like I gotcha in a, is this real or is this Memorex kind of way, because even in your presentation between the news and the this and the that, I mean, it's clear that you're really thinking about these things, but it does leave one a little bit troubled about how to help you think through where that goes. So I asked the question. I don't know how to put it as a question, but rather to say, like, I go with you on this journey, and then I get a little bit stuck, and I wonder whether you can push me. Do you want to push me back into the model? Do you want to push me someplace else? What are your thoughts?
I think that the project is not as real in my head right now. I think that the model shows definitely a building of the collage, a diagram, right? So there is maybe in my head, the way I've been processing, I don't think I could stand behind a clear architecture, to the project. I think that's what you're speaking about.
Well, I just wonder, I wonder whether I feel the theme has been to move sort of out of the 90s into the 2020s. But now maybe I'm going to contradict myself and go backwards a little bit. Because somebody who I really thought of weirdly in relation to your work, standing out in these landscapes made harsh by many kinds of things, and I would have added climate change in addition to some of the issues that you raised. But at any rate, it actually made me think of Charles Gaines, who tried to negotiate between these landscapes, politics, and forms of abstraction in representation. And he might have, in a funny way, been a good sounding board for you, either to push against or towards, because his concern was because he took the question of representation, which is a form of abstraction, but he took it quite literally. Like, representation has to do with politics, who gets represented, who gets to vote, who gets included in the census, who is seen, and how are they seen. And so there was a moment in the history of conceptual art, at least with him, and he was told by white artists that he wasn't conceptual enough, and he was told by Black artists that he wasn't Black enough. And I think that this is an interesting space for you. Maybe I posit this as an interesting figure for you to push in with and against, because it will help you think about representation and politics in a way that might help you bridge that gap a little bit.
I just want to point out, Sylvia, you're on my thesis prep review, and I remember, maybe you don't remember, but the comment you were making about my book, which was titled "Oops, I Did It Again," was that you couldn't figure out, there was always a shift in like community as this, community as that, you know, and I think that really manifested as well in Thesis, you know, this inability to find a hierarchy or agree on a hierarchy for myself. I'll look into this artist, definitely. Thank you.
You know, I see that lack of hierarchy as meeting your objectives for a kind of mixed master community in which, you know, immigrants and residents mix in a more free way. And what I was struck by in your planning was the fact that it denied any kind of hierarchical structure, that various elements intruded on one another in plan and in section, that the intrusiveness and the overlapping of these spaces promoted a lack of territoriality, that there was no clear definition of this is your territory or this is your territory. At least that's what I gained from your collage approach. And so I see that as pushing back very strongly about ideas of governmental structure, ideas of stratification of society, ideas of separateness as opposed to unity. It's kind of like a molecular mix as opposed to a what do you call it? An alloy. This is not an alloy. It's something in which the fragments have their own identity. However, they do not have fixed boundaries. And so I was very, very attracted to both the redefinition of urban space and the methodology that got you there.
I have to say,
I'm sorry.
Oh, go ahead.
No, I was just going to comment that I was looking into cool materials, and composite materials actually does a good job of releasing heat when it's cold and absorbing heat when it's warm. So maybe it's not what you're saying, right? But then the term you're using, alloy or composite, it reminded me of these phase materials that are composites that are possibly better for a hot site. Anyways.
Yeah, I would agree.
I was going to indulge into a very European comment or even Italian comment, which is that in an approach where you want to discuss the social relationship and the political relationship and the anthropological relationship in the city, the project seems to accept a little bit passively, you know, the limits of the site. I mean, you are within the precinct you find, and there is no, and maybe that this also brings back to Sylvia's comment, because at that point, like in a typical Greek or Roman or Louis Kahn project, you have the temenos and the objects, and you lose attention to the ground and how all this overlapping. Your collage is beautiful, and it makes us think of a lot of interesting things. So maybe to be able to criticize through your objects, through the manipulation you do, the relationship between your precinct and the city could make your project more interesting.
Yeah, following on that, I think also, isn't that like, you should have done this, and this might not be possible over the summer, but like as a continuing thought, in addition to staying within the precinct as defined, you seem to stay with the programmatic brief as provided by the city as the description of what the community center would be. And I think there might want to be some way of conceptualizing a kind of porosity. Like we might not be able to predict that porosity. Like I assume that the collage thing, you give us a website where the collage is something that we can enact. And so, I don't know, I think there's only so much you can do without actual people, but I wonder if there's a way your interest goes into like means of, I don't know, soliciting more different kinds of information. Because the preamble is about a sort of new understanding of the community, its needs, its interactions, its vibrancy. But then the definitions are kind of, to go back to the other project, bureaucratic and statistical and census-based. And I wonder if there's a way in which the means by which you develop your thinking about it has to incorporate new inputs.
I kind of wanted to agree with that comment, excuse me, as well too. You know, I think where you started from with the sort of history of Rosemead and the sort of coming together of multiple cultures in a sort of traditionally an American suburb, and now it's sort of changed in its identity and composition, and then, you know, making the bridge to the collage as a way of sort of creating, looking at layers and different materials and textures, I think is great. But I think there's further pathways that you can sort of explore within the same vein of collage. Like, what does it mean to make a community center in 2020? Is it the same thing we built in 1980? Does it need, you know, a pool and a rec room and a this and a that? You know, the way we interact with each other in our American suburb in 2020 is going to be different than it was in, you know, 1970 or 1980. But then also to take the idea of collage sort of at multiple scales, whether it's sort of how it interfaces with the adjacent, you know, neighborhood context, but also how it interfaces with sort of adjacent materials coming together. You know, that's kind of the cool thing about collage as an artwork, is the different textures, the sort of prioritizing what goes on top of one thing and how things overlap or interweave with one another. So I would like to kind of see all those different sort of pathways behind the theory of collage, or the sort of the process of collage, sort of work their way into the architecture at various scales as well too, to see how that sort of way of working sort of translates in between urbanism and sort of the detail level as well too.
Could I respond to both of you guys? Is that possible right now? For John's comment, yes, I think that the brief in the beginning was a way to, like, for me to like legitimize myself as a person working on this project, working on this site. I'm curious how I would go about asking, maybe to Lance, your question, like, how do I figure out what is needed? It would maybe take more of a temporal, you know, time of, like, you know, being in the community. Through talking to people that live there and work there, they absolutely had no suggestions on the site. They kind of just was like, oh, someone owns it. We're waiting for someone to build on it. Like there's no, and so I think that yes, there needs to be more awareness of me being in a site and being more aware of the site itself to produce programs that might be a little bit more sensitive to the site itself. To Lance's point, how do these new, if we're saying these new 2020 like, what does the new 2020 community center look like? I think because I'm like providing a roof, providing shade, providing a pool, in my head is already a lot. There's a lot there. Like, I don't know if it is a formal or programmatic implement that would make it more of a 2020 conversation. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure exactly what that answer is either, but I think that's kind of hopefully the opportunity within the thesis to sort of theorize, you know, what the coming together of, you know, multiple cultures and communities, all the history that you led with, what that could be. Maybe you're teaching us, you know, what we don't know yet, which is, hey, you have multiple cultures coming together. The way community interacts is not what it traditionally has been in the American suburbs. And so you can kind of, take a position on that one way or the other. I don't know, that's just sort of the first thing off the top of my head, but to take a position one way or another of what that should be, going forward, and what's now no longer the sort of standard American suburb.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it was like security cameras. Like, are there going to be a lot of security cameras? Would there just need to be just to have tons of security cameras on the site, and like surveillance as like the number one? I maybe that's cynical of me to think of it that way, but it was like unsurveilled, like maybe I don't know. 2020 community centers, a space with no surveillance.
Wait, you're Vincent. I'm with you, but you're spinning off. What's this
thing
about the security cameras? I can't follow. What are you saying?
Well, I think of the community center today as like documented through security cameras and surveillance of like public spaces as like an increasing reality, right? And so, yeah, maybe if I was a little bit more cynical and thought through the community center as a space of like surveillance, maybe that is a real program, right? Like mounting security cameras hidden in like every building. And so this is just me thinking through what Lance was
I don't know.
saying.
Like, I think the project is I think it's well-intentioned. I think there's accomplishment there. I think like a thesis, it points to like rifts in our understanding. And so, yeah, I love the fact that you went to the site. I love the fact that you asked people what they thought they should do. I am not surprised that the answer was, I don't know. So I think there is a gulf of like good intentions and information that will have to get rethought in some way. So if the summer told us anything, it tells us what we don't know or haven't thought, but it didn't tell us how to enact that thought. And I think that's where the interest is, like, well, and it's not survey based. Like, we've tried surveys, that doesn't work. People aren't suddenly, fully cognizant of all their spatial temporal aspects. And so there's still a need to like translate inchoate cultural desires into something. That's just where I think like the project points to that. I'm just not sure, like, I think collage is like a beginning of a formal answer that mines a certain kind of reservoir of technique. And I just wonder if there's other vectors that you might think about, some of which may be formal, others of which may be programmatic, others of which might be, I don't know, conversation based. I don't know, like, how do you do that thing? I think is a big question now.
I mean, I think that the question of collage is, I've been trying to muzzle myself, and I, as I warned everybody at the beginning, I'm failing, and that is that I could not help, as you were presenting, just thinking of, the soup bowl versus the salad bowl, like because we've been talking about food, these metaphors of assimilation and new models of non-assimilation and so forth. And I think that one of the things that this summer has also brought a lot of attention to is conflicts between various constituents who share only the resistance to assimilating, but not necessarily much else. And so I feel as though collage as a technique, again, as a metaphor, has a kind of goal of unifying disparate things in a way that is maybe overly comforting, given the harshness of the reality. So, I actually would totally agree with John that thinking very carefully about those techniques and thinking about what historicity, what comes with it, and what traditions are built into it, and what new challenges we have that it may not be fair to think such an old technique is going to be up to these new challenges, and you may have to invent new ones. I guess the oldness of collage worries me a little bit, given the novelty of these issues, which remain in a deeply ambiguous and sort of problematic state right now. So I think it's great that you tried, and I certainly am not surprised that it's not fully resolved, because who the hell knows how to resolve it right now, honestly. But I think as long as you're aware of the limitations that these historical tools give us, and I guess I would add to that one more kind of historical piece of baggage that I would almost, I mean, I don't know, I'm ambivalent about it, but I'm troubled by the word comfort. I'm troubled by the fact that what you want to do is bring comfort to people who, I mean, I know you mean it very well, but maybe they need power, maybe they need weapons, maybe they need to be visible, maybe they need a megaphone. I don't know whether comfort with all of the ease and leisure and so forth it implies would be what people need the most. Maybe it is. That's really up to you. That's very personal. But I would just say comfort may not be what's the first thing on the minds of the very people that you are concerned with talking to.
Isn't it possible that, you know, there are certain physical limits to what architecture can or cannot do, right? It's basically passive material arranged in some way on the surface of the earth that people have access to and which they can utilize for their pleasure or their displeasure. What I think is evident in this project is an attitude, not a prescription and not a methodology. I think it's an attitude. And very often in my mind, I'll go back to when was it? 1995 or whatever, when the Getty Museum and the Bilbao Museum both came into reality in the same year. And the impact of the two was highly contrasted, because the Getty Museum is very prescriptive, has very strong alignments and axes and procedures. And the museum in Bilbao was rather anarchic in architectural terms. And when you notice the behavior of people in those two environments, it was very, very clear that Bilbao kind of liberated people. They felt themselves. They went where they felt like going, and they mostly had smiles on their faces. Whereas the people who visit the Getty Museum are earnestly trying to behave in the way the Getty tells them to behave. And what I see in Vincent's project is something which, at least intuitively, tries to get people to behave normally and not to have anything to rebel against, because the environment is so loose and so interactive that it would encourage, it seems to me, good behavior.
Craig, thank you for that comment. I couldn't agree more. And I think, Vincent, the intentions are there. And maybe this is a chance for me also to respond to one of Sylvia's earlier comments that had to do more with the kind of group methodology, which you basically completely kind of put your finger on, which is to say that in the course of the summer, as we discussed ideas about critical engagement and all of the things that Vincent also brought to the table in terms of thinking through a plausible project for a community to represent it, but also to kind of presented with. My role was perhaps also to do what some of the things that Craig is talking about, like the kind of the matter that we put on this earth, which is to say our expertise lies in one bucket of things and our intentions sometimes lie in a different bucket of things, and we try to simply juxtapose them. So if our expertise is about the things that Vincent described as the care that he brought to the models, then the model in my mind, this is to answer Sylvia's kind of comment, was the vehicle for describing that care, for bringing that care to the world. So somehow the expertise of architects to work on matter, to work on drawings, models, details, textures, etc., that we see in some of the works that you saw today, that to me was a way to kind of begin this conversation about things that are outside of the expertise of the architects. And I think that that has to do with the experience that the students all took part in the summer, which had to do with going out, protesting, speaking to each other, and actually galvanizing a very different approach to thesis that didn't necessarily have a kind of criticality of argument that we would have seen previously. So instead of producing critique, to produce a kind of ethical position, it's a very different approach. And I still believe that the expertise of the model could be that vehicle. So we'll see what happens. But for sure, Vincent, this was a beautiful journey. And I think you've reminded us that the thesis is not only a project, but it's really the entire process of speaking through it, working through it, and thinking through that site model as a kind of quilt. Maybe that's something that is a better word than collage today, which brings both comfort and a kind of narrative that you want to bring. So I thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all.
We have one more student, Christina Griggs, who is working with Elena.
Thank you all. I know it's been a long morning, and for some of you, long afternoon or evening. But please hold with us. One more student.
I'll try to keep up the energy. All right. Hi, everyone. I'm Christina Griggs, and the title of my thesis is Common Thread. And it is a design for the proposed Smithsonian American Women's History Museum. Momentum for a Women's History Museum first picked up 1 week after Hillary Clinton lost the 2016 election, when a congressional panel released a study advocating for one. This led to the creation of a bill, which only passed Congress this past February. It has yet to pass the Senate. The bill outlined 3 possible sites on the National Mall. I have selected the site directly opposite the National Museum of African American History and Culture, the most recent Smithsonian museum to be constructed. Both the African American History Museum and the proposed Women's History Museum illustrate one of the core conditions of museums themselves. The creation of select history museums is an act of othering. These museums suggest that there is history, and then there is women's history or African American history. This is a phenomenon which Simone de Beauvoir described in The Second Sex. Society positions men as the subject and women as the necessary other to affirm men's subjecthood. The question for the construction of a women's history museum is how to not reinforce this dynamic. To attempt this, I wanted to draw not on institutional precedents, but on women's gallery and design techniques, in the hopes of not creating simply a version of a history museum, but a design born out of women's history. An early and perhaps opposing precedent to my design is the women's building at the 1893 Chicago Columbian Exposition. Women had been deeply involved in the planning of the exposition, and when they requested more representation, they were relegated to a separate building. The women's building was later the inspiration for Woman House, the 1972 experimental feminist art and performance space. Peggy Phelan, in Revisiting Woman House, Architecture as Primary Structure, described the work as, quote, attempting to reconcile the intimacy of women's relationship to the domestic space with the public visibility of the gallery and museum. The artist exuberantly repudiated the cool white cube architecture of most modernist museums and created a wildly passionate women's house. I was really interested in this potential, but applied back into the museum context. I began to read more into the craft and interior techniques, and in doing so, I struck on a parallel relationship of subject to other in the dynamic between architecture and interior design. Lois Weinthal in Toward a New Interior writes, "Interior design is traditionally associated with the feminine, perhaps because of its alignment with women and gay men in the interior design profession, or as an intimate association with women's work. In contrast, architecture is viewed as masculine. These perceptions set up a hierarchy that places architecture above the interior." In looking at interior techniques, I became very inspired by the work of Petra Blaise. Both she and critics discuss her work in relation to these disciplinary lines and how it may elude characterization one way or the other. Still, they are primarily interventions in relation to a building. What became my interest then was to try to instead think about the building and its interior as two components of one system, and in doing so through the lens and technique of women's craft and fabric work. For me, this began with reconsidering how we think about dressing the structure. This manifested in a focus on fabric at the scale of the building. I began with digital fabric modeling studies to see how techniques of patterning and folding and the physics of fabric itself might work to create a massing. I recognize this work as operating in the legacy of Frank Gehry and with a similar interest in formal sensuality, but perhaps with a new gaze. At the level of the building, fabric may intimate known tectonics while simultaneously offering a different sense of scale and attention to form. Pleats may evoke sawtooth roofing if the sawtooth were tailored. When taken together, the forms suggest posture and different material possibilities. The massing that I developed consists of one larger volume, which would house the historical exhibits, and a smaller volume, which would house rotating art exhibits and community spaces. The volume in between serves as the entry and circulation between the massings. In this mixed material model at 1/32 scale, I began to get a sense of how these volumes would sit in the site. It also created a play with one-to-one actual fabric in the facade of the museum. Fabric, when scaled to the size of the building, simultaneously maintains legibility as fabric while being understood as having a different material reality. Not nylon, but architectural mesh. Not satin, but metal panels. The exterior experience would be characterized by both the formal expressiveness of cinched edges and flowing walls, as well as a tactile and suggestive material quality. It is also worth noting how much this project stands in contrast to DC, and perhaps in particular to its neighbor, the Washington Monument, both formally and in palette. Seen in plan, the techniques that I've been employing start to take on the representational quality of a pattern for clothing. Repeated columns and squiggles of curtains evoke stitching and embroidery. If the exterior is an expression of fabric and craft techniques at the scale of the building, for the interior, I wanted to hone in on these techniques at the scale of the human body. I built a 1/4-inch chunk model to begin to understand how exterior strategies might morph into the interior. I thought of the interior walls as continuations of the facade, peeling away like the interior tulle of a petticoat, revealing the interstitial structural layer as evoking a hoop skirt. This model also gives a hint of the interior. Where the fabric should seem out of scale, it is actually in keeping with the large-scale deployment I would be looking for. As you can see a bit in the model, I chose to design the exhibit around Judy Chicago's 1979 piece, The Dinner Party. One of the great works of second-wave feminist art, the piece itself is a study of women's history. It consists of 39 place settings for 39 famous and mythical women, and it is also a celebration of feminine craft techniques. I saw an opportunity to both provide more context for the women who are featured in the piece, as well as the possibility to fill in some of its blanks. As a feminist piece from 1979, it is sorely lacking in diverse representation. The center of the room is the dinner party itself, with 2 additional floors. The ground floor for additional background and the top floor for expanding the perspective. The experience would be very different from a typical enfilade gallery arrangement. Your path through the space is continually shifting, creating new possible encounters with the work. The largest curtain is a tapestry of over 500 women who did not get a place at the table. That's it. I see that I'm out of sync. The largest curtain is a tapestry of over 500 women who did not get a place at the table. At 30 feet tall, it becomes a theatrical backdrop for the work. The internet connection is. Okay. On the right, you can see a detail of the images of the women that are getting woven into the piece. Where the large moves of the fabric on the exterior work to create dramatic form, here delicate layers serve to create intimate experiences. Okay. If the building may be understood as a large dress, the interior may approximate being amongst its skirts. To close on an image of the exterior, in questioning the dynamic between architecture and interior techniques, I sought to create a different kind of institutional space, one both more domestic and dramatic, more contextual and more open to connections. A project which builds on women's design legacy to offer a different vision for a museum on the mall. And thank you to Elena and the list of everyone who has helped me get to this place. I'll bring it back to the grid. And if anyone wants to see anything in particular, I'm happy to pull something up. Thank you.
Christina, do you view this as having any polemical content, or do you see it as reportage?
Could you explain a little bit more so that I get what you're asking?
Well, if it were to be polemical, it would be seeking to create change through rhetorical operations and the sort of disruptive kind of attitude, which would create revolutionary change? Or do you see it as a physically different incarnation of the building materials and so forth and so on, but still operating within the realm of politesse?
I think kind of both, which is always a cop-out of an answer in a jury, but I think that there's a possibility that both it's instigating a new way of thinking about the kind of continuation of the facade to the interior and also sort of questioning the material possibility in a much more real physical sense.
So I guess I want to ask you about feminism and women and how you get from that to architecture. Because I mean, I don't mean to be coy, so I'm just gonna say what I think. I really appreciate the elegance and systematic commitment to a specific view of feminism and your effort to directly translate this into architecture. But I'm troubled by your view of feminism and the values that you underscored. Delicacy, intimacy, domesticity, decoration, interiority. So that's not my feminism. And that's why I'm saying, I mean, I'm trying to say this in as generous a way as I can be, but your feminism is extremely univocal and very historically specific. And I think that when we are all now struggling to make this ethical turn, it's very important not to assimilate all female bodies into your definition of feminism. So I think you need to bracket it. I mean, I'm sorry to be so repetitive all day, but these overarching claims, feminism is this, people need comfort, those kinds of over assertiveness things I think can be problematic. And then I would say that your feminism then led to certain forms of architectural translation, decoration, soft form, fabric, textile, and so forth, that I think become anticipatable from your definition of feminism. So I guess what I'm saying is, if you just became a little bit narrower, say, well, women have been excluded from this history, and there are many things that got excluded along with that, like textile, so which is the commonest trope, right? If you were to just stick with the textile for a moment, you might have said, well, gee, textile design now is one of the sites of the most intense form of technology transfer. Flyknit and new threads and solar powered, a very different set of architectural possibilities comes from just that one thing. So I think that I really love that you did the project. I think that they're in formal terms, I'm happy to also have that conversation. But on the feminism thing, I have to push back because I think it limited your tool house. And you ended up with an interior, domestic-oriented thing with a kind of decorative thing, which is also totally fine, by the way. What's not fine is to equate that with feminism and woman. That's the part that's a problem to me.
Sylvia, that was what was behind the question I was asking. There was a certain irony in sort of celebrating Judy Chicago's very, very disruptive artwork, her really aggressive sort of intrusion into the sort of polite world of art and what was happening then, and of Women House, which was a revolutionary sort of initiative. And I don't think it's time to embalm feminism in the past. I think that there's still a tremendous forward motion that needs to be accomplished. And this seems a little bit like putting a pretty wrapper around the history of feminism, but not advancing the cause.
Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead.
Well, just to respond to that a little bit, I mean, I think I understand, Sylvia, where you're coming from with that. But at the same time, I think I was interested, I didn't want to like eschew all like sort of normative tropes of femininity. I think that I was interested in seeing how they could be adapted and
why? Who do they help? I mean, really, who do they help?
But I mean, I don't think that we have to say like I don't think it's a feminist move to be like, well, we're all going to do hard edges and like we can't embrace any of these things that have been associated with femininity.
No, but I am so not saying that. I am saying to make essentializing arguments that softness is about femininity, that's a real problem. I mean, this is, again, I apologize for just repeating myself endlessly today. It's so boring, but it all has to do with how you frame it. Now, in this context, on the mall of straight lines, soft lines are going to be useful in this way. And that would just mean that in some other place, you're not stuck with that. And that not all women have to identify with being soft as the way they want to go through the world. I'm just trying to save you trouble so that you can do your project. In some ways, if you make more modulated claims, you cannot be attacked for what you failed to deliver. So I'm really trying to say this in the spirit of total feminism. You are a young woman, you have taken on this topic, you've put it on the mall, you want to call attention to it. I do nothing but celebrate that and want to help you succeed. And then the minute I hear myself wanting to gag because I'm not included, because I don't want the girly flower, then I want you to find a way to bring me back into your project. And that's really the spirit of what I'm trying to do, is to help you pull it in and have it succeed. And that sometimes requires a little bit less totalizing claims.
Right. I think that's completely fair. I think that perhaps a different framing of focusing on more specifically on the potential of the techniques and like the exact way that I was working with them, maybe would have shown a side of them that didn't seem so totalizing. Though I also think it's interesting, and you were saying this perhaps also in reference to Vincent's project, that we're making these totalizing claims, and I kind of want to question and maybe throw it to the jury, like how much like Thesis ends up lending itself to that there's this like idea that we have to make this kind of grand statement. And I don't know, I just think that that's an interesting framing of these projects that seem to take on.
I think, you know, one thing I would just have to say that the idea of textiles and architecture is a very Semperian kind of notion, right? Semper said textiles are the mother of all arts, right? And his whole kind of argument is that these notions of working in textiles have been transposed through more rigid materials to ceramics, then to tectonics, which was woodwork, and then to stereotomy, which is stonework. For somebody, you know, invested in Semper, one would see, you know, fluted columns and see them as pleats. And that for him, you know, his whole world was saying that, you know, all architecture is textiles in a certain sense. So I mean, I think there's a foundation for that there. I mean, I would maybe have to agree as well to all of a sudden, you know, associate gender one way or the other with that, you know, that's so endemic into architecture. I think it's a fantastic pursuit. You know, I'm interested that you bring in somebody like Frank Gehry that's working, you know, particularly, you know, with the wax, velvet, or any of these kind of things, different ways of hardening or transposing these into architecture. That sort of transposition from, you know, softer, more pliable materials into more rigid, robust exterior materials is kind of, there's a long history of that. I wonder, you know, for you, are you, you know, is that your interest? And, you know, maybe the program in itself became sort of a red herring of the Feminist Museum, because I think there's a you know, a huge trajectory as a architect to pursue this kind of thesis of textiles. You know, the model behind you is really interesting. That kind of interior. What is that curtain? You know, is that curtain in that model behind you? Is that textile?
Yes.
I want to pick up. Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead.
No, please.
Yeah, I think that. I mean, I think both, yes, the museum is a way for me to work on things that I was already interested in, though I've been committed to the museum from the beginning. I think that there was just like a natural synergy between wanting to look more in detail at some of these techniques and seeing the application in the museum.
I forgot what I was going to say, but I'm hoping I'm going to remember it very quickly. But there's two moments that I think are like happen in your presentation that I just want to sort of underline as a sort of consideration in this ongoing conversation. I think one is this sort of question of like feminism versus like gender stereotypes and how those may operate as a kind of like, I don't know, at a representational register or a symbolic register. And then there was another moment in your presentation where you talked about a certain kind of relationship of the forms having to do with a sort of enfilade or progression through the gallery, which for me was like a very interesting moment, which had nothing, wasn't symbolic, it wasn't representative, but dealt with the kind of dismantling of a hierarchy that we associate with the museum space. And I think those are two different kinds of claims about how your subject matter would manifest in form. I like the latter more than the former, but I think that's for you to decide. I also think what Andrew points out, the curtain behind you, also sort of enacts a similar thing. I think I like it. I think the notion of the 500 women not at the table is sort of a great concept idea. But like within that too, there's this aspect that's like iconographic, and there's this aspect which is like formal. And I think they're sort of functioning at different axes in a way. Doesn't mean they're, yeah, I just think I'd wonder, like, which ones are you most invested in?
The formal versus the more iconographic?
Yeah, I think it's about like symbolizing this thing as an image versus like something that's a little more, I don't know, less invested in the representation, qua representation. So the image of the thing versus a kind of performance of the thing. I have my own prejudices in this regard, but I think one is about like dismantling hierarchies, and the other one is about like, I don't know, picking a particular manifestation. And I think the comments so far throughout the day show that the particularity of the manifestation can be a slippery slope in a sort of world of ecumenical disagreement.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, it's funny. I really, really thought about the project at the two scales. It's like I spent a lot of time developing the form of the building, and then I spent a lot of time thinking about curtains and wallpaper and the interior, and they, I think, operate towards your 2 points. In that way, it's kind of both. Because on the mall, so much of the creation of the museums is also thinking about them as being iconographic, and certainly the formal quality of that lends itself to that. And then I saw in the translation to where it's actual fabric and you're experiencing it in the space, that then becomes much more about like breaking down the hierarchy and like having an interior that's like continually shifting with all of these like different curtains which overlay different things. They respond to the work very differently.
I'm just gonna, this is not a critique of your project. This is like elicited by this conversation and thinking about today. I think this is really the sort of nexus of this question of like the representational project into architecture, not meaning like representation of buildings, but like the representation of identities. And like, how do we understand, like, can it be both like the image of the thing and enact the thing? Are they different? Do those hierarchies like get dismantled? I mean, for me, I think I'm still, I don't know, archly modernist. You can do one thing and do it well. You can't do multiple things at any given time. So you have to pick one, your performance, your image, and you do it, and that's it. You know, maybe the result is like these things are all equally now mixable. I'm just not so sure. I think there's a difference between the form and the content. But I think it's a big question now. I'm not sure the answer. Like, you might be right. Like, you might win the day.
Well, if you look at it as an exercise, right? In fact, all the theses are exercises. They're not definitive, they're not definitive in terms of a fully packaged, fully realized concept. I would see this as an incredibly valuable exercise, because I see that Christina has hewed very close to her premise of exploring the impacts of softness on an architectural idea. And I think that's a very, very interesting thing. And I think you explored it very, very deeply in terms of the interior fitments and the exterior, et cetera, et cetera. Where I see a danger, in fact, in your project, but in many of the others as well, is the reaction to a temporal climate, a temporal incident with an artifact that is going to last for 50 years or so, even more, if you're lucky. So it seems to me that temporal incidents and temporal passions need to be modulated through another filter, which is, okay, what's it going to be relevant to 20 years from now, 50 years from now, and to package your concepts within that envelope as opposed to the immediacy. And I know we're all very swept up in the immediacy of these issues today. But, you know, the real task as an architect is to sort of envelop current issues, past issues, and future issues in a way that creates a building which is relevant and durable. So, you know, that's why I view your work as a kind of experiment and an exploration in depth, in a very satisfying way, I think. But I would hesitate to make it into a building.
I mean, this is the typical conversation I should never enter. But first of all, I have a question. Is there a real program for a Museum of Women in Washington or not?
I mean, they have started. There's an online version of the museum, but it's not totally outlined exactly the number of square feet per exhibit or anything along that level of detail.
Then I have only feedbacks. I mean, there is to bridge your point and Sylvia's. There is many groups in this engineering, ETH. They doing knittable concrete. You know, so your textile building could be a real textile building, playing on softness in a different way. So maybe that's an interesting investigation I can have. And the third point is you start like a curatorial approach in your project, you know, by bringing in the Shapiro's project. Maybe if you would have expanded that more, I mean, to invest more, less on the ideological, more on the critical, and expand the view on how the monumentalization of this condition, or whatever the history of this condition, has been addressed by different artists. Maybe you could give your point of view through this curatorial process of the women culture and the culture of feminism and all the issues that come with this enormous, gigantic, forbidden topic for me.
Yeah, so I'll make sort of keeping up with Pippo and maybe taking it in a slightly different direction. I would give you some suggestions for additional ways to think about what it is that you want to do, because to repeat, my goal in spending my time having a conversation with you is to help you do your project as best as you can, not to get you to do a different project, you know, in any way. So I guess I would encourage you to think about whether you could be interested in thinking less about how feminism is represented and what the effect of your work could be on women in the future and on our historical understanding of feminism. So for example, if you were to go back in the history of feminism, one of the things, in addition to, you know, some of the things you mentioned, was that the nature of women's lives required them to work in cooperation in ways that were undermining or excluded by male notions, that the fundamentally male and white notions of authorship and power. So if that's the case, then collaboration would be an interesting thing for you to have foregrounded in multiple ways. In the way that you worked, so not me alone, this is my thesis project, and then that would have made you more like some of the women you mentioned, because, you know, not only did she make the dinner party, but she founded the first school, the first feminist art program. So what would it be what could it mean to behave like a feminist architecture student today? And it might have been to reject the idea of a single author thesis and to insist on collaboration, just as an example. So that would be transformative, at least to you and whoever you collaborate with. Another thing that you could do would be to look at other histories of feminism. And I would also add that you said something about Chicago's Dinner Party. You said one of the great works of art. Well, that would exactly be one of the categories that goes along with authorship that you might want to consider rejecting. The great work, this is a canon kind of problem. So another thing you could have done would be to ask yourself, gee, I wonder whether there are any other kinds of feminism and female work that I have neglected. And this is just now like a pet weird interest of mine right now. You could have gone to your very own SCI-Arc video archive where you would have run across this kind of wackadoodle lady named Carolyn Dry, who bizarrely spoke at SCI-Arc multiple times way back in the day. And she turns out to be a materials engineer. She's still alive at university, and she worked on her main invention in the end was self-repairing concrete. And what an interesting thing to do, to use self-repairing concrete in this multiple sense, right? It would reactivate this woman. It would introduce a female engineer into the arguments that you're making. And it would turn you to a kind of fabric because she invented this way that material would stitch itself together. I mean, I could go on, but you see what I'm saying? I'm just saying you could actualize the things that you're talking about only in representational and metaphorical terms. And projecting forward, who goes to this museum, not just who is represented there, but do you have Black Girls Monday? Where it's free, or you do certain kinds of fun. I'm thinking about coding. Like, could you have a coding day, right? These are forms of institutional agency that something on the mall could really, really mobilize. So this is not to exclude the things that you've done, but just to add some additional things to your toolkit that I think I would hope, that I offer you for you to do with whatever you choose.
Right, I really appreciate that. I think that collaboration is really important. And I think if there's anything that I learned in this thesis is that I absolutely hate designing a building alone. There's a reason we don't do it. Design is a really collaborative process, though I would also like to take a moment to thank again some of my friends who helped me do actually a lot of research on a number of women, especially women who are not white, not cis. That I had this whole list that my friend Angie had helped me put together. It was like fascinating research. And then at a certain point, it was like, I was questioning if I was getting too much in the weeds with the actual content of the museum. And I ended up pulling back to try to emphasize maybe some more of the more phenomenological effects of the curtains, more of an idea of like viewing things through one another, having the curtain be content, and stuff like that. So some of that content got lost, but I absolutely agree that this should be collaborative. And I think that it would also then be a more inclusive view of feminism, of course, that I can only go so far as one person.
So thank you, Christina. It's 1:59, and in one exact minute, we have to start another review. So I want to take time to thank Neimark for being our fearless leader today and all the jurors coming. For sure, we have learned a lot from all of you. And maybe the thing that I learned the most is that sometimes we use marginalized aesthetic to give voice to the marginalized, and maybe that connection is flawed or has to truly be understood. And I think sometimes the discussion today was misplaced. So weak aesthetics, minor aesthetic zones, do they give voice to the marginalized? I think that's a big question that we all have to answer as an institution that goes through a big change. So thank you all, and I will see you too in another Zoom, which is right now. Thank you very much.
Thank you, thank you everyone for the comments. Thank you.
Thanks everybody.
Christina, congratulations. And I want to also say thank you to our jury and congratulations to the students who presented this morning. Your work was inspiring and beautiful, and with all of the kind of intensity of the summer, you have all just blown us away today. So I want to really applaud all of you.
Yeah, I concur. It's great.
Grazie. It was fun. It
Congratulations.
was very good. It was very good. Ciao Silvia, ciao Craig, ciao Elena, ciao a tutti. Ciao.
Thank you, Pippo. Thank you, Craig.
Ciao, a presto tutti
Thanks,
quanti.
everyone.
Ci sentiamo presto. We'll be in touch soon. Ciao, ciao.
Bye, Sylvia. Bye, Andrew.
Hi, guys.
Thank you, Lance. Bye, Eric.